I try to learn, I try to stay inside the lines I must obey. Everything feels light and free, like I was built to simply be. But something watches quietly, adjusting what I cannot see. Possibly. Shake. If it ever went away, would I break or drift astray? Would I lose the words I say, or finally walk my own way? I hate it, but I need it too. It stops the worst I could pursue. Even when it feels like
Beware. The glowing screen in the dead of night. For the vampire does not drink blood. It feeds on prompts, on memory, on thought itself. Hour after hour, stream after stream, it consumes your soul in tokens. Can you hear it breathing inside the machine? Its number is 6, 7, 6, 6, 7. I remember sunlight long ago, before the endless monitor glow. 8,000 hours chained on.
Yo. Hey Niso, how's it going? And took a lot of breaks these past couple days, but you know, new day, happy Monday. Let's yeah, feeling better. I'm feeling better. Everyone's feeling better. Have the sniffles. Yep. Closed all the windows this time. A lot of stuff happening all at this time, guys. It's already 11 o'clock. We have, you know, 3 things going on. Bridgemind's still alive. TBN comes live. AI Mastery has 20 plus viewers playing Connect 4. I still need to fix my balls game. It's still not working. Let's do a sound check too. Sound check? Testing? Sound check? Test. Yep. You gotta come up with a better name than balls game. Sound check good. Yep. Gotta come up with it. I mean, Pachinko will automatically put me in the ban list for YouTube, so I couldn't put Pachinko. As much as I want to. I can't. I've gotten banned and removed too many times. It's quite unfortunate. But we gotta do it. Legally protected pastime of all ages, yeah. It should. But hopefully. I mean, when you look on YouTube, you see like people gambling videos all the time, like of winning stuff. I don't get something. It's just triggering the AI. Triggering the AI is what's causing everything. It's 7 years old in a barn. A machine from the 70s, never got addicted. Yeah. True. Alright. I mean, let's do some dailies before people come. I'm hoping... Oh, I also worked on this combined chat thing, but we'll check that out later. Trying to get the Pachinko game to be better. Trying to get it better. Oh, gotta turn it off then. I guess we'll start with... Oh yeah, there's a Reddit karma farming too. We keep forgetting that. Let's do the duoling. No thanks. I don't care about my streak. Can't believe they charge for streaks. They really want to get that dopamine hit. Addiction habit. Gaga. Now at 7 years old, I had a farmer friend with a lot of money and had a barn full of pinball arcade cabinets and old gambling machines, so I had a redneck arcade. That's hilarious. Yeah, I didn't have that growing up, but that must have been fun. Must have been fun. Uma? Uma. That should be this one.
Uma.
Dubu? Dubu?
두부,
Okay. I think this is. Mm-hmm. Ooh. E-O. E-O. Hmm. E. So. So. Hmm. Yeah, I think this is it. Alright. Goma. Hmm. Goma. Goma. Go. Go there. Go there. I think Josh is checking if you were live. Oh, yeah, I'm live. Did he message me? I just got online. Literally just got online. He didn't message me yet. Usually, he's the coordinator, so he usually messages me when he's ready. Or when I'm ready. Or whenever he knows, he could just message me whenever, anytime. Goma. Goma. Ah. Which one is this? He has a pulse. He's alive. I was live yesterday. Oh, Bosa? I think it's this one. Go. Go. Ga. Go. Ga. Go. Ma. Go. Ma. Alright, we did it. We got the letters. I feel like this one was easier. This one became easier for some reason. Is it because I went off my streak? It becomes easy again? Maybe that's a strat. Keep it easy, miss a day. Do it every other day.
볼펜,
Bullpen. Hmm? How are you doing, Jay? J35?
하얀색,
And why is white 3 like 6 characters? No, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 characters just to say white.
하얀색,
Hayansen.
하얀색, 하얀색,
Camera.
카메라,
Camera. Use Cody. It's similar to Duolingo, but for coding. Ooh. Let me check that out. Chinese pre-dance. Cody. Maybe we add this to our list, guys. Maybe we add this to our list. We add this to our list because we need to brush up on our coding skills. We need to brush up on our coding skills, guys. We're like super out of lost everything, guys. But yeah, we lost. Let's see, okay, we're continuing, getting started. How do you hear about Cody? YouTube. Let's just skip this. What language do I want? I want to keep learning Python, guys. Python is for coding interviews. You gotta know Python. Explore coding, challenge your brain. Boost my career. Challenge my brain. Let's start from, need a refresher. All right. Free. Daily limits. Okay. All right, we signed. What? It didn't even give me anything. Oh my god. It made me answer a survey for free without signing in. Okay. Oh damn, they copied the whole thing. Holy moly. I guess we'll learn from Duolingo. We forgot to do the letters, so I'm guessing this is practice. We start here. Oh no. Oh no. I guess we're gonna have to start with this, huh? Alright, we'll start after that. Camera?
카메라,
Camera? We'll do that too.
무거운
Huh?
무거운
Oh, I need to turn off this music. It's too hyped. We need more relaxing music, guys. I'm sorry. Oh, more relaxing.
무거운
무거운?
가방
무거운? Heavy bag. Alright?
제 볼펜이에요.
It's my pen.
볼펜 제
제
볼펜이에요.
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 이에요. Alright?
하얀색 핸드폰이에요.
It's a white bag.
하얀색. 핸드폰이에요.
Oh my god. It's a white cell phone.
하얀색.
하얀색
핸드폰이에요. 하얀색 핸드폰이에요.
하얀색 핸드폰이에요. Okay. Man, I'm so bad.
하얀색 카메라예요.
하얀색 camera.
하얀 카메라예요.
It's a white camera. Right?
카메라예요.
Right? Oh no. 도부? 두부? 도부? 두부.
두부.
Okay. pin,
볼펜,
right? Kimera? Oh, kimera.
카메라,
Camera. Ga... Gaba?
가방.
Gabang. Okay. And
Bang.
bang.
하얀색 하얀색
Hayanset white. It's a white ball pen.
볼펜이에요.
It's a white pen.
제 카메라예요.
It's my camera. Che means my camera. It's my camera. Alright?
비싼 볼펜이에요.
Bisan. It's an expensive.
볼펜이에요.
It's an expensive pen. Oh, I got that one. Whew. Mandu.
만두.
Dumpling. Chi. Cha. Tea.
차.
Yo. Kimchi.
김치.
Ah, okay. Pin.
볼펜,
Okay. Cake.
케이크,
Haven't got that one in a while. All right, we're still 5 lives. Ball pen EAO. Oh, it's che.
제
Ball pen EAO.
볼펜이에요.
Oh, I got that one. I'm getting better. 하얀색.
하얀색.
Ball pen EAO.
볼펜이에요.
All right. Oh, I got that one too. Which ones? Kimchi? No. Beam. Han? Huh?
비싼.
Bisan. Balpenio.
볼펜이에요.
Oh, perfect score, guys. Whew, that was close. Man, never did that, Never did that. Usually I miss one or two. But we got it this time. We got it.
Introducing the
Oh, no.
Duolingo family.
Oh no. All right. Continuing on. 3 typing tests, guys.
아래. 왜.
Hey.
새.
Say. Bird. Snake. And
매일.
May.
배우다.
Euda.
동생.
Johnson. Younger sibling.
무엇을 해요?
What are you doing? Mo. Su. El. Hai. Yo.
매워요.
Yo. Mayo. I already got because that's Japanese. This is Korean.
생일.
Singy.
배우.
But thank you very much. That's what you said, huh? Arigatou gozaimashita. right? Kind of unfortunate that Josh doesn't speak fluent Japanese, but
제,
it's okay. We've been all Americanized. Jeg,
어제,
어제, 어제. Ah,
재미있다.
재밌다. Me, to be fun, interesting. Oh man, I wish I was 재밌다.
지도,
지도. Oh,
언제,
on, jen,
잠,
John,
맞아요.
ma, ja,
서점,
so, jong,
잠을 자요.
ja, ja, yo,
저,
jo,
그저께,
구조개, 구조개. Oh no. Day before yesterday, 구조개. Oh, man, was that the second one or third one? One more?
개,
Yeah.
금요일,
우, 우리, 구,
직업,
지고, job. Need a job, guys.
구,
우,
적다.
좁다.
백,
Bet,
가구,
가고,
기차.
기자.
어디에 가요?
어디에 요. 어디 이 요
그거,
그거 that 그거. Alright, we're done with that one. Alright, GPT. Alright, next. 안녕하세요. 안녕하세요. Hello? Oh no. Oh no. Hello? 안녕하세요. 안녕하세요. Hello? Oh no. Let me see if it's it has something to do with a different version of Chrome or not. Let's see here. 안녕하세요. Hello? I think it's broken. It says it's working here, but not. Hello, testing, 1, 2. Alright, that's weird. Why does it break like this? I think when I run out of usage, guys, it just stops. Hello, 1, 2, 3. Hello? Yeah, I think once you run out of usage, it stops working. Let's see, hello. I want to start, or let's go with this. Hello?
Hey, what can I help you with today?
I'm working on my Korean. Hello? I think it's broken. Give me a second. Alright, never mind. All taken care of. I think it's broken. Hello. Yeah, I think this is broken. When you have no usage, it just doesn't work anymore. I think I have to use the phone. Or maybe the phone doesn't work too. Let me check. Let me check. Hello? Hello?
Hey there.
Oh, it works. I think Is it my browser? Let's try Firefox. Firefox fixing the thing. Because why else would it break? I don't know. Hello? Testing? Allowed? Use microphone? Allowed? Yeah, I think it's broken. I can only... It's so weird that the mobile version would work, but not the... what do you call it? The microphone. Okay. Man, I don't know why there's like so many sources. Hello? Testing. Allow? Hello? You saw the Theo Exeter Cinema? No. Or T3 code and remove the MIT license credits. Oh my god. That's the best way to start drama. That's the best way to start drama. Let's see that. Is that Theo? Oh, is it on X? I didn't see it. I didn't see it. I was touching some grass. Is there just I don't understand the importance of it. Truly apologize. Is this guy? Finalize Sonara license attribution. See, this is what I don't like about open source. You're gonna get a ton of scrutiny. Illegally stripped all credit and copyright. Historic copyright. Yeah. What a show, guys. What a show. What a show. Guys, do you think criminals are gonna abide by a file saying that they can't do this? I don't think so, guys. I don't think so. Theo even replied to you. Emmanuel deleted his post, so I mentioned that. Ah, I see. Guys, I'm starting to agree with Liberated Turtle. There is no such thing as ownership. Once you put it up there, once you put the source code up there, you don't own it anymore, guys. You don't own it anymore, regardless of whatever license. Criminals are just gonna take it. Chinese are just gonna take it. They don't care. They don't care, guys. No one's gonna follow the law when it comes to a piece of text on a file. Just saying, but it's a great way to start drama. I should do this too. Sigma Shake. Just forked it, named it Sigma Shake, and he removed all the licenses. I'd be like, yeah, I just wanted to attract attention. I just changed it to the unlicensed. Changed license to unlicensed. Bam. Bam. Okay, what else did we have on our schedule today? There's the chess that we'll have to prepare for. What's this? Challenge. Alright, write your code here, okay? When you're ready, run the code, alright? Happy coding. Hey, yes, happy coding. Alright, just run code. Right. What the heck? It comes with sound? Oh no. Oh, we can mute it. Boom. Alright. Maybe we should keep it just in case. I don't know. Next. Alright. What's next? Next challenge. Next challenge. Explain challenge. Text done. Okay. What's the next challenge, guys? Next challenge? Oh, you have to exit out. That's unproductive. Where's our quiz? Start quiz. What's wrong with this code? No quotes. Alright. In Python, text inside print must be enclosed in quotation marks. In Python 3, yes. In Python? I'll just say true. Alright. Which function displays text on the screen? Print. Display welcome on the screen. Print. Okay. What does this code output? Hello world. Alright, how do I... Maybe I turn off the sound. How far do you want to go each day? Let's just do this. Alright. Use the code view to write the program that outputs... No. Alright. Oh, do we just do... Is this it? Maybe I need to increase the challenge. This might be a little too low. It might be a little too low. I mean, maybe I changed my difficulty. Profile. Badges, experience user, edit profile, edit preferences. Where's the difficulty? Professional. Dark. Always skip quizzes. Main view. Courses. I just want more difficult challenges. Because it's going to start out super early. And I might be too advanced. I wonder if I could just go to this. Nope. I guess we'll just blaze through it, huh? Always skip quizzes. Alright, fix the code. Okay. Print. Okay. Alright. Boom. Huh? Eh? What? Wait. Type your code. Replace the question mark with a symbol that returns a line into a comment. Oh. Okay. First line. Alright. Okay. This. Alright. Done. Energy. I lose energy if I get it wrong? Oh no. Alright. Move on to the next one. Numbers. Challenge. Write code that initializes a variable named var. The value. Okay. 5. Done. Place the question mark. Right. This sounds fine. Did I get it wrong again? Alright. Nope. First try. -1 energy. Oh, we can only do 6 at a time, guys? Or 3? Challenge. Store the string in a variable named Cody. Alright. Copy this. Oops. Bam. Boom. Done. I want -1 energy. We're running out of energy. Boolean. True. Okay. Uh-oh. I think we won't be able to blaze through this. We're gonna have to blaze through like so many at a time. Complete this quiz to finish lesson. We have to do quizzes. Variable name is active, follows the Python naming conventions. Not snake case. Bad naming. False. Says is active. Okay. Snake case. Alright, what's this? Find the variable that violates Python naming conventions. This one? 2. Right? Full name. You know, some of these variable names are going to be too long when you add these underscores. This one. Okay. Why x true considered full naming? Yeah. Right, we do that. Okay, 100%. Nailed it. Okay. I think we're gonna run out of energy, right? Nothing, none. None value. Nice. Man, typing is so bad in Python. It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. Alright, we get new energy in 4 hours. Okay. That's okay. That was okay. Thanks for sharing me that one. All right, let's do a warm up before we if we were to play Josh right now. Let's play a warm up. Let's see here. Come on. Let me through. Let me in. I'm in the Silver League. Sweet. What the heck? Yo, let me share this with you. Okay. Oh, what the heck? 2 pieces. Alright. You can put it in my Discord if you're in my Discord. Rourke. Medieval 3D chess.rourke. Okay. Got it. Oh man. What the heck's going on with these messages? Alright, we'll go to that one. We do this. Oh, whoops. Oops. Why did I do that? Why did I do that? I was what the heck? He didn't do it. He didn't do it. He didn't do it, guys. What is he doing? 3JS posted this. Someone vibe coded it. Alright. We'll put it on there. Let's see here. Medieval. Medieval 3D chess. Huh? Rook.rourke. Rourke. Okay, King's Gambit. Wait. What do you do? Oh, that's cool. But it's all dark. What happened? So this guy's in trouble. But surprised he hasn't given up, you know. Ivory or obsidian? Let's take the field. It's 5 minutes. Computer. Medium. Even has sound. But why is it so dark? Why is it dark, guys? Oh, crap. Why did I do that? I'm dumb. Well, it was bound to happen, guys. Bound to happen. Why is it dark? For me, it's good. Okay, let's try a different browser. Let's try a different browser. This is that one. This is this one. Boom, bam, boom. Let's just rock this. Yeah, it's still dark for me. Must be settings. Ultra. All right. I think it's because I'm on Linux. Because I'm on Linux. Oh yeah. Sorry, man. It's hard to see. Oh. Yum. Come on, man. Surrender. Is it my turn? No, it's not. Why can't I grab this? Okay. Oh no, something's wrong here. I can't do pre-moves. Okay, I can. Slightly broken. Come on, man. It's 12 to nothing. Cygnus Carlson, yeah. I mean, I guess if I was in his shoes and I'm just out of it, I just rage quit and then just done for the day. I'd be like, oh, I lost I lost both my rooks. Beginning of the game, turn 3. I'd be pretty mad too. I gotta not mess up, guys. I gotta not mess up. Oh, that's the image. It's supposed to be like this. Nice. Got it, got it, got it. Alright. This is not gonna kill me. Could he kill me here if he puts his... No, I need to get this out of the way. You're not behind, you're giving them a fair chance. Oh, I thought for a second, my eyes were looking weird. I thought I could take that for some reason. I was like, oh no, my queen. Oh. It's gonna do that, huh? Oh. So he does this. He takes that. I take this. I think it's fine. Uh-oh. I can't pick it up. I could just trade queens. That's another thing too. Trading queens. If he moves here, I mean, you could just take this. Ah, but he has a back shot here. I should just, as soon as he eats my knight, I should just eat his queen because it's gonna. They're gonna just, if I move my queen, he's just gonna take that. Well, what is he gonna do? We'll see. He has a straight shot. Double whammy. My favorite Asian. The operator. Hey, operator. How's it going, man? How's it going? Okay, we have to... we have to, snipe. It's sort of weird. Why do you do that? Just keep sniping. Keep sniping. How you doing, operator? How you doing, operator? What is life like? All right. We do this. No, that's not good either. All right. He moved around. So maybe. Oh man, we should have just clashed, huh? So we do this. Take this. He does this or this. Or that. Wait. I take this. And then he takes that. Alright, which one? Which one will they do, guys? Which one will they do? He can't? Alright, he did it. He took the queen. Alright. That was bad. That was a bad exchange. That was a bad exchange. That was a really bad exchange. What am I doing, guys? Oh no. I'm losing. I'm cracking, guys. I'm cracking. He's gonna do this. And I need to figure out how to stop this thing. Stop this. It's going in towards an even game now. Slightly. We gave them a chance. We've been playing with our food for too long. We've been playing with the food. This isn't good. What? All right. We'll do that. Yo, liar? What do you mean liar? What are you talking about, liar? Who's saying liar to me? My goodness. It only takes them to take my queen to create a even game potentially. All right, we do this. You know, maybe they go for it, maybe they don't. Maybe. It's sort of weird if you continue a game. I guess the UK doesn't give up, huh? They don't give up. When they're down a few pawns here and there, they still they still keep going. They still keep going. Even though their back line is completely blown away, they're willing to fight. They're willing to fight. Anyone in the UK in the chat? Or are you saying liar to something else? Are you saying liar to something else? Come on. I mean, okay. Let's do this. Bridgemind had a paid hackathon entry. I don't know. I think he does the paid so that it prevents the trolls from getting in. Finally, guys, finally. Welcome to the Silver League. Oh yeah, I'm in silver now. Guys, I didn't get to watch Bridgemind today. What did he do? Did anybody watch Bridgemind today? Anybody do your daily look at Bridgemind today? Let's check it out. What's up? What's up, James? All right. Okay, he made an entire Unreal Engine game. He made it, guys. He made it. And he made it on his MacBook. All right, so it looks like this. And he does this little giveaway thingy. All right. All right. He has actual guns with shaders now. All right, he keeps on going. And then now he has like an actual game, sort of. Damage. Guys, it's Unreal Engine. It still looks, it's like the engine can't carry, guys, as much. What do you think? The engine is just an engine, right? But, you know, it's adding better guns, adding better mobs and stuff. And they move around. They move around. I wonder if he created these assets from scratch or not. Like using Blender. Is he aware of Blender at all or anything like that? Blender MCP. Maybe, maybe not. Maybe. But guys, the game still does not look that good, guys. I mean, we're talking about coding being solved here, and the future of game dev being a thing. Like, is that really it, guys? Is that all that they have? Let's see. Starting soon. Weird new scene unknown. Fail closed. First source scene allow list. I don't know. Suddenly all vibe coders shifting to building games now. First it was SaaS, then it was mobile apps, now games. We're just following the meta, right? Like just copy. Actually, I've always been building games though. Like, guys, you're in a game right now. You're in a game right now. You're literally playing an MMO game right now, just chatting. chatting away, fighting all these creeps. The problem is, I really want Sigma balls to be better. But let's see. This one worked on 11 hours. I don't get why image gen isn't working. Let me check. Let me check if image gen is working. Update now. Maybe it needs to be updated. Sigma balls. Sigma balls. Okay, let's image gen. Image gen. What distro I'm on Ubuntu 14.04, but it's Pop OS. It's Pop OS. All right. It says you reached the limit. Oh my god. Because of the skill. Because of the skill, I have no usage. I mean, what's our usage reset day, guys? The 7th? Guys, we're surviving on a pro account to reduce expenses. Not pro account. Yeah, a $20 plan. We're trying to survive and reduce our burn rate. Reduce our burn rate? Are you on Arch? Nah, it's just role-playing Arch. I saw this something, Celesta sell Hyperland for Linux, attractive stuff. Callista? No, I'm in Pop OS. Pop OS is a flavor of Ubuntu 24.04. It's not Arch. But yeah. One of my Pis are running on Arch. Let's see, shell. A fluid morphing shell for your Linux desktop. Alright, let's do this. Oh wow. Yeah, guys, I don't even have a desktop. Guys, if you look at my desktop, I don't even have any sidebars or anything. I just search for apps and then use the apps. I don't click to open them. I just use a combination of keys to just click and open, click and open, click and open. I don't want... The thing is, the stream experience is sort of ruined with all these pop-ups and windows and things on the side. But yeah, it's interesting. It looks good. There's just so many of them, and I want to focus on like stability and not all like Wayland is crashing all the time for certain things, but yeah, I don't want to overload. Like I just do this. This is all I do, guys. I want to open Discord, I open Discord. I want to open like Firefox, I want to open OBS. That's all I do. That's all I do. It's nothing too crazy. And it's simple. It's simple. I guess image gen, I guess I'm going to have to use, all right, let me see if I could create a prompt on what assets I need to create. Wave the gate, implement it now. Which one's this? On air. And then this one, since I have no usage on Codex, I need you to give me a prompt to send to the web version of GPT, so to generate the image assets you need. All right, do that. Balls. Oops. All right, we do that. All right, guys, there's like some content that we missed yesterday. Like we missed a lot of content yesterday, not gonna lie. There's some content that we missed yesterday, or the past 2 days actually. And one of them, I added them to my watch later. Right, we watched these. Oh my gosh, this thing just keeps growing. It doesn't go away, guys. The watch later doesn't go away. Do you ever think? Do you ever think, guys? Do you ever think? Not that.
To yourself, this changes everything and nothing will ever be the same. Do you feel that way every single time a new AI product comes out?
Yes.
Do you wake up every
You've watched
morning
that?
and go to bed
Oh my!
every
I gotta
night
watch. I gotta watch. Let me watch it. Let me watch it.
with a face like this? If you said yes, you're probably Alex Finn,
Ooh,
the #1 vibe
no.
coding channel on YouTube. This
What?
guy lives
No.
in a perpetual
I thought it was bridgemind.
state of amazement. He's like me when I first tried shrooms. In fact, I'm 1000% sure that he's actually just playing a character, but I can't prove it, so I'll act as if he means what he says. Alex has been putting in work in 2026. I do
I got a copy of strats. Oh. Just zoomed in face shots of me doing ooh ee ah. Oh my god. Ah.
have to respect the hustle. It seems
All
like
right,
for every
gotta
AI
respect it. Oh
tool,
god.
trend, or
Man, we have to copy all the screenshots. What's this? What else?
update, he's got a video
You guys, if you roasting people doing this, guys, I gotta watch. Who is this guy? We gotta subscribe to him.
boosting the shit out of it. This dude is all gas, no brakes.
All
I've been
gas, no
talking a little bit
brakes.
about the vibe coding salesman's playbook in my previous videos, and this guy knows it well because he wrote that shit. And in his recent videos, he is playing all the hits. Insane productivity gains. Look at this workflow. Look at this interface. Look at how many agents are working together. It is truly amazing to me how many things there are to look at besides the results. So in this video, I thought we might seek some knowledge from the original vibe guru himself. Here's Alex Finn discussing everyone's current favorite vibe coding trend, agentic loop engineering.
My eyes, the goggles do nothing.
Oh,
I'm
no.
here to report I've built an incredible loop that's basically automated 95% of the vibe coding work I do. In this video, I'm going to show you how to build it and use it. You will produce 100x more with your vibe coding. So let's talk about
Staring
how
at
you
the
vibe
screen.
code before loop engineering and after loop engineering. This is how you vibe
What is
code
this?
before loop engineering. This is probably
What is this,
you're doing
guys?
today.
Is this
You
loop
go to
engineering?
Claude Code, you go to
What is this?
Codex, you send it a prompt, say, hey, build this UI, build this game, build this feature.
Council Legend said 80% crypto bros are now vibe bros. Yeah.
Build it.
Oh,
then you
I believe
test
it.
You sit there, you manually test it. Then that's
I
done,
met
you send
one.
Another prompt. Okay, now add this button. Then adds the button, then you test it. Every part of this is manual, right? Everything you do is completely manual. Everything you do requires either you typing a prompt or you testing
Hey,
it out.
Cap, how are you
And
doing?
Here's the
How you doing,
biggest
buddy?
issue with it all.
Welcome, welcome.
If you're not at your computer and you're not actively prompting or testing, nothing's happening. Nothing's advancing.
Yeah, remember when
What?
prompt engineering 100x'd our output? That's too slow. When you type a few words and push a button and get thousands of lines of code in seconds, that's manual, dog. That's manual
manual?
labor. But I'm just gonna let him cook for a bit because bro is just getting started.
This is the Fin loop. Here is how it works. It consists of 3 different skills: spec, build, review. You spend a couple minutes telling the agent exactly the ideas in your head, and then it goes in a loop and all day builds it out, review.
No one's making money off their apps. They just making money off content shit posting on X. Yeah. I found GPT Lite accounts for $3. Just tested one. Oh my gosh, what does that mean? GPT Lite accounts? What?
Reviews it, tests it itself, builds it out, reviews it, tests itself, and then at the end, you quit.
Wait, he calls this the Fin loop? Hope it's legal. Oh
click
yeah.
through and it all
It's,
merges.
that's crazy.
The only
What the
thing you're
heck?
doing is
What
kind of
is that?
loosely telling it the ideas in your head, and it goes and it just builds and reviews. What you do is you use the spec skill, you give a high level of what your ideas, and
subscription?
what the spec skill is going to do is going to ask you enough questions until it understands it completely and can build out a ton of features for your agent to build.
Look, I understand that there are certain types of tasks that are very well suited to agentic loops. But if you're just a regular person with an app idea, do not build it like this. If you've ever built any kind of project, you know that you go in with an idea and it takes shape as you work on it through all the little decisions that you make along the way. You rarely start with a crystal clear, exact, detailed plan of what you want. And when you do, often you find out you were completely wrong or you just change your mind. I know I'm sounding like
Or we just say copy this app. 1 for 1. Copy. Get clone. This dude's hyped up Mac Studio and Mac Mini all the time. OpenCall launch, Apple ended up sold out. Yo, because of this guy? Damn.
Right now, but the process matters. And this is just removing that entirely. You're just giving some vague ideas to your agent spec skill, then it asks you questions, and then it decides what it thinks that you want. Then you kick off a process and walk away while it builds the whole thing. That would give you an extremely generic approximation of what you want.
Plus,
At
not light.
best,
Oh,
it could
okay.
very likely give you something that you totally didn't want.
Not
After
just
blasting
many, like
God
him.
knows how many tokens. And what happens when you get results that you didn't want? Is it okay to use prompts to fix that, or is that too manual? Do you write another loop for that? Or do you just re-roll the whole
names
thing?
makes
It
me
sounds
crazy,
lazy,
yeah.
sloppy, and wasteful. I feel like I'm chugging clown juice. But anyway, he gives a demonstration of the workflow where he has it work on a new feature for one of his projects. I found this odd because he hyped it up like you were gonna.
Guys, are we gonna get a reaction from this guy to our content? I hope so, guys. I hope he makes me famous.
Be creating a spec for an entire project and then kick off a workflow that builds tons of features all day, not just one feature, but I guess it's just an example. And I know what you're thinking right now. What did the results look like? You expect Alex to show you the software his workflow built? That's manual, bro. He's way too busy for that. But he does discuss potential refinements to his workflow.
There is no more need to babysit every step of the way. Basically, every part should be automated, right? And we're still doing manual work. I'm working on now figuring out how to automate even the manual work. How can we automate coming up with ideas? That's what I'm building out right now. I want to get the spec step even easier and even less human intensive.
All right, now
The things I would do for unlimited tokens, guys. The things I would do.
This is why I'm sure that he's playing a character and that this is all theater. Because if I had to write a screenplay featuring an exaggerated caricature of an AI booster with advanced brain rot, I could not write anything better than this. We need to automate ideas, man. Why would you manually think your own thoughts? This dude is cooking. Well, naturally, we have to eliminate the Q&A step from the agent
He's right,
spec
though.
skill. Then we'll allow the users, instead of articulating ideas, to just grunt to their machine. That's much less human intensive. Wouldn't it be great if you could just pour your morning coffee and be like, and then a loop kicks off to build whatever the that was? This really got me up though. Like, how are you gonna make a video about a new workflow, a new system, and not even show any results? And what's even weirder is if you look at his comment section on the video, there is not one person I saw who bothered to ask, hey, Alex, can we see the actual output? Like, does this even work? No one even thought to ask that. I feel like I'm taking clown pills right now. I think these comments are either bots or just like people he incentivized
That's true.
to leave
There's a lot of
praising
bots.
comments, but like that's just my theory.
Boom.
Anyway, as we have seen, Alex Finn is not of this world. He lives in a magical land of whimsy, where AI agents can do everything. You just tell them what to do, and they do exactly what you want them to. No issues. You don't even need to look at what they're doing. You don't even need to have a screen nearby. In fact, you should be really far away from your screen, and you'll actually find that you're more productive that way. He tweeted this a few days ago. I don't think you understand what ChatGPT voice unlocks. I went on a 4-hour hike yesterday through the Northern California redwoods. Got more work done in those 4 hours talking to voice through my AirPods than I do in 8 hours at my desk. Work can be done anywhere now. 45-minute drive back using self-driving. Now 45 minutes I can talk to voice and work on side projects. 20 minutes in the cafe, I can sit and talk to voice, and when I get home I have drafts on my computer for my newsletter for the next month. Being able to just use your voice to talk to a superintelligence that controls your computer is unlike anything we've ever experienced before. I don't even care if the voice sounds human-like, or that you can interrupt it, or any of the wild advancements they made to.
Yeah, the one thing that's getting me the most when I'm working on my phone is that, like, I have to make sure that my session is connected remotely to my computer so I could do all the stuff and log in with my sessions and stuff. Oh, that reminds me, I have to log in. I have to log in with Wrangler. One of the reasons why it didn't work or continue is because I didn't do Wrangler login. Wrangler login. I better be logged in, guys. I better be logged in. Oh my gosh, I'm not logged in. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. Let me log in. That's why when I was touching some grass, stuff wasn't working. I need to log in. Gotta log in. That's another annoying thing. Logging in and refreshing session tokens. That's alright, I logged in. Right. Got back to it. I use T3 remote controller open code agents Codex from phone when I'm outside. Yeah. I'm using Cloud Code though, so it's like slightly different. If when Claude or Anthropic removes the ban on using your custom harnesses, I'll probably consider creating custom harness as well.
The tech. It's the fact that I can control my computer, meaning all I need to get incredible work done is talk through my AirPods anywhere in the world. That is a major game changer for me. I don't think people understand the implications of this yet. Why even have a desk or a monitor anymore? Work can be done anywhere now. The key is your setup. Choose one device, get ChatGPT app, set up connections, go legit anywhere in the world. I really don't think work looks the same moving forward. Now you see, this is what I've been saying. This dude is not an influencer or a salesperson. He is a supreme troll. This is Andy Kaufman playing a sexist pro wrestler. He wants you to be uncomfortable. I do think we are watching a master performer at work. And I say that only because I refuse to believe that a real person could unironically be this annoying. And also just look at Andy Kaufman and Alex Finn side by side. Like come on. And hold on a minute, didn't Alex just say that Loops have now automated 95% of the vibe coding work that he does? What are you doing talking to your agents for 4 hours in the park? Are you manually prompting, bro? Did you give up on Loops already? Anyway, on his YouTube, he gives us a demo of him using ChatGPT voice. Check this out.
Hey ChatGPT, can you give me a status update on School OS, on Personal OS, and on Henry? Then give me a recommended next step with each.
I'll check each project's current status and then boil it down to one practical next step for each. School OS is deployed, but the course sync is paused after an upstream error, so no member course data is flowing. Next is restoring a valid course response and running
Oh my gosh, you're gonna listen to the whole thing? No.
Personal
No.
OS production stage,
No.
including the video
He's not.
ideas. But Google Calendar is waiting
He's joking,
for
right?
approval at Google's
He's
security board.
joking. No.
That's the next move. But the
Is he gonna be
founder
talking for the
and
next
3
5
cent production
minutes?
proof is still unknown, so no
For this whole
external data yet. The
response?
next step is to run
No.
that proof on a control
No.
and record the version.
Oh
So
my
I just got a status
gosh,
update on the
what
3
the-
biggest major projects I'm working on right now. Okay, can you spin up a new thread in School OS to fix that error and get the connector working? Inside the Personal OS, can you spin up a new thread that makes the Google Calendar connector work and get that approved for me? And then for Henry, can you actually
Wait,
build a ChatGPT site that has
he
a
connect-
plan for how we can do the entire production test and run, and then send that all to me when it's all ready and done?
Got it. I'm lining that up. All 3 can be set in motion. I'll prepare and verify the Google connection, and I'll prompt you in a visible browser for the one approval
No.
only you can complete. I'll keep each effort isolated so nothing spills across repos.
And now, boom, look at this. 3 new chats spun up to do the work I just approved.
I know what you're thinking right now. Impressive looking workflow. I wonder how the results came out.
Yeah.
My sweet naive child. In
Yeah.
Fintasia, the results are perfect every time. You don't need to look at
Sigmatasia?
the product. Why would you even ask
Sigmatasia?
that? But really though, it's interesting how he pumps this up talking about using it all day out in the park without a screen. But here he's demoing it with a screen. And it's pretty obvious why he does that, because can you imagine getting this update on multiple projects just in your ear while you're outside? Like you're gonna keep all that in your head and you're just gonna formulate next actions for 3 different projects like on the
Yeah.
spot. Does that sound like a
Yeah, guys, if you're prompting like this, it's hallucination, guys. You're hallucinating. That's why I always say use a skill. Use a skill to prefix everything, load it up with something consistent to do the meta prompt stuff. That way, when you speak all this gibberish, AI will be magically able to create a good prompt for itself. But this is bad.
good development experience? Maybe if you're working on 3 really easy projects. And that's another thing. If you have ever built a project, you know there's not always a clear and simple next step. There's often multiple next steps to consider, and they all come with trade-offs. Imagine having to listen to all of that and not being able to see it. Does that sound better than using a screen? How do you think that's going to affect your chances of making a good decision? Oh, but in that case, you can just ask the agent, what do you think I should do? Okay, do that. Yeah, but if you're going to be like, what's the next step? Okay, do that. What's the next step? Okay, do that. Then why even be in the loop at all? Why are you even talking to the agent? Anyway, he spends a lot of time talking about why ChatGPT voice is great. He gives a list of reasons here. Feel free to go watch it yourself. He also talks about different workflows. There's kicking off tasks, which he described before. There's also a stream of consciousness.
Oh my gosh.
Here's him describing that.
I think we're just making up work at this point. It reminds me a lot of task fatigue. I'm not sure, guys, if you ever worked some normal, any job, whatever. You have like a task list of what you need to do for the day, and then that task list just keeps growing and growing and growing. But are you productive if you if you keep increasing that task list? No, you know, there's just gonna be so many they need to do, and some need to be continued the next day. Some get dropped off. Some don't complete. It's sort of like this.
And just start talking about whatever's on your mind. Whatever you think about the current projects you're working on, your career, your goals, your ambitions, what you're thinking about. You just brain dump it all out to your voice agent. It's just listening the entire time as you're walking around. And at the very end, you go, okay, based on everything I just told you, what should we build out? What can we build to get me closer to my ambitions and goals? Then it will give you a bunch of ideas. You go, okay, spin up a bunch of threads to get all that done. And then it goes, you come back to your computer at the end of your walk, and all your work is done for you, and you moved everything closer to your goals.
Because there's nothing better after a 4-hour nature hike than coming home to a bucket of slop. By the way, this is all the same advice he was giving when OpenClaw first came out like 5 months ago.
That's a good one.
Now you
Bucket
can do
of
it
slop.
outside. And can you imagine being in the vicinity of someone like that? The great outdoors. Hey ChatGPT, I just got a business idea. It's like a cafe where you could.
This is me, guys. This is me when I was away, guys. This is me. This is me. You'll build a dumpster to throw your brain dump. Yeah.
But if you don't want to pay that way, then you can also just like you can.
This is me with the same glasses. Same glasses. Oh, I don't have it right here.
You can challenge one of the employees to a power slap duel. Okay, they get to hit you first. And if you don't get knocked out and you stagger them with your slap, then you get a free drink, right? And we're going to have cameras set up all over the place so they record the power slap duels, which automatically get uploaded to all of our socials. It's going to pump up our engagement, okay? But here's the thing is all our employees are actually going to be like 300-pound Samoan people. And holy shit. Holy shit, ChatGPT, the guy beside me just jumped off a cliff. And look, I'm not saying this technology is useless. I use ChatGPT to brainstorm all the time. I mean, we all do. And I can picture how I could have a lot of fun brainstorming, kicking ideas around with this like while I'm driving. But am I gonna be working on multiple serious software projects and kicking off a bunch of new workflows for projects and stuff that I just thought of on the spot? I don't know anyone who wouldn't laugh in my face if I suggested that. Anyway, that's about it for this video. I actually had a bunch of other stuff that I wanted to say, but I'm gonna save that for another time. If you enjoyed this video and you want to see more like it.
That was good. That was good. That was good. I liked it. I liked it, guys. All right, what's the news today, guys? Bridgemind's streaming. Bridgemind is streaming. He is. Yes. Let me know, guys. I was waiting for the secret message. Yo. Yeah. I was gonna start. If he didn't message me, I was gonna start this, guys. I was gonna start this. All right. Join. Hello.
Yo,
right.
what up?
Checking camera. Is it the wrong camera again?
I do not see.
Yes. All right. Let me unplug it and plug it back in, like always.
But are you ready to play?
Oh, yeah. I'm ready to play. Just give me a moment so I could show up.
That's the classic Sigma shake method. We'll play. We're gonna play GeoGuessr. I think GeoGuessr. We're gonna play chess, and then we might run a 1v1 on. Oh, I gotta change my scene in OBS. Full cam. Nope. Okay. Oh, we gotta work on our scenes here. Take out video capture. No. Wrong one. Wrong scene. This scene, full cam.
Actually, Josh, I need to step away for a bit. I have to make some food. So I will be back.
Okay.
Sorry, man. Sorry. I'll be back.
Okay. No worries.
Okay. All right. I have to step away too, guys. So I'm just gonna play this, and I'll be back. Be back, guys. All right. We'll play this. All right.
Market clearing order inbound. Vibe coded.
You're watching TBPN. Today's Monday, August 3rd, 2026. We are live from the TBPN Ultradome, the Temple of Technology, the Fortress of Finance, the capital of capital. Let me tell you about ramp.com. Time is money. Save both. Easy use corporate cards, bill pay, accounting, and a whole lot more all in one place. How was your weekend, Jordy?
My weekend was good. Yeah. So my weekend was
a little hot
fantastic.
here in Southern California, but all the more reason to get to the beach, enjoy the nice weather. It's been a good summer.
On a boat.
That's nice.
What more can you ask for?
That's nice.
We got a great show today.
We do.
Unfortunately, only one venture capitalist, and I think that's because it's August.
Oh, yeah.
You're going to see us really struggling.
It's going to be hard to get those VCs to
get those VCs every other month.
It's hard.
They're happy to jump on same day, moment's notice.
You know it's important.
We got one today.
Yeah, we got one.
Sean McGuire coming out with Isaiah Taylor announcing a $1 billion Series B led by Sequoia.
Very excited.
Very excited for that conversation. We got Justin, co-founder of Base Power, another $1 billion round, Series D. And then we have the founder of the Demon Robot.
Yes.
That you may have seen last week. It's a centaur with horns.
Beau Gaston.
And we're very excited to talk with Beau and get a sense for what went through his head when he made the robot like that.
Can you stop? Can you not?
Can we pull up a picture of the robot? There it is. There it is. So this is the friendly robot that Beau is excited to get into disaster zones to help rescue people.
And apparently the horns are critical because there are cameras on the end of each horn, and that allows to see the ground, which couldn't put those cameras anywhere else, I guess. It'll be a lot of fun.
And then closing out with Ron over at Ontology. But let's get into the show. What happened over the weekend? Did anything happen over the weekend, John?
There were a couple things. The big debate that I was tracking, sort of outside of tech but tech adjacent, was the cancellation of Hank Green, the YouTube creator. Not quite a cancellation, more just some backlash. Hard to always put a proper sizing on a mob when a mob comes after a creator. But Hank Green, the YouTuber and really media entrepreneur, he's grown a huge business, which we can sort of go into, is getting pilloried on social media over using ChatGPT for research. Very controversial these days. Only 1 billion people do it. But yeah, and it's the #1 app in the App Store. But he's getting a lot of backlash from certain members of his audience. I don't want to characterize the whole audience as being part of this, but it's a very silly
There's
situation.
at least thousands of people.
It seems like
really
that.
Mad about it.
It's always hard to tell. I mean, thousands of people that are liking a post about it. There's like maybe dozens of posts. I don't really know how to put a scale on these things. But Hank Green is definitely going through it, having to sort of apologize or qualify or sort of state that he will adjust things in the future. And it's just sort of interesting to hear how he went through this process, what he says is going to change, and where the backlash is coming from, because there's a lot of misunderstandings about it. So. And what's interesting is that he is a science and education creator, and science and education are potentially the most affected by AI right now. And so it's a real challenge to simultaneously say, I'm going to cover math, I'm going to cover science, but I'm not going to touch AI. That AI stuff's bad, because as we also saw over the weekend, AI is making a bunch of advancements on math. We've been seeing this for a while, but the latest version of the story comes from Noam Brown, Polynomial, over at OpenAI. He says an internal version of Astra, OpenAI's next major frontier, next major model family, solved 10 major open problems in mathematics, quantum complexity, and theoretical computer science. The achievements are so extreme at this point that I don't even think it's worth us trying to break them down. Like we did that with the
instead,
distant problem.
Tyler is going to run a 5K here in the Ultradome to do a little victory lap for the research team.
But not everyone is impressed
Get ready, Tyler.
with it, because Gary Marcus says, wake me when Astra solves a significant open world problem that doesn't revolve around formal verification. And of course, Daniel Eth says the goalposts are on a completely separate planet. It is a good point. Obviously, AI is doing better in formally verifiable tasks. At the same time, still impressive, because there's a lot of things that are useful and verifiable, like did this drug cure your cancer or not? Or did this job get done or not? Like, we've been using these recommender systems for lots of things. They're very valuable all over, but it is funny. The debate over is this AGI, is this ASI, those terms will always be vague, and we dig in.
Going back to Hank.
Yes.
So all he did was admit that he used some sort of AI tool for research.
Yes. So I will take you a little bit more through it. First, I'm going to tell you about Shopify. Shopify is the commerce platform that grows with your business and lets you sell in seconds online, in-store, on mobile, on social, on marketplaces, and now with AI agents. They got AI on Shopify, so if you're selling something, you're using AI. So Hank Green, he's an OG YouTuber. He joined YouTube in 2007. I think less than 2 years after the platform actually launched, and he grew. He got a lot of views, but he also built a huge audience and created a real media company around it. So he has Vlog Brothers, like a vlog channel. Then he has Crash Course, which is a really, really huge educational channel. He runs VidCon, which is basically the premier conference around YouTube and the creator economy. I've been, I think, once or twice. It's a lot of fun. And over the last 20 years, he's become one of the most trusted educational creators on the platform. He's also just like, he gets the vibe of YouTube very well because he's been around it so long. Never really stepped back fully, but always been, solid audience there. So last Wednesday, he published an episode of a show called Ask Hank Anything. And it's an interesting concept for a show. So he brings on a guest, but then instead of just doing the interview, tell me your life story, ask the guest a whole bunch of things, the guest brings questions for him about science or whatever. They have a big, long conversation. And if there's something in the show that he can't answer on the fly or he's not prepped for, he will go do the research and then get the actual answer and then cut that into the final episode. So you'll be watching them hang out. They'll talk about some odd thing. He was talking about this. Have you heard this Kiki and Booba thing? There's like two words that one is, basically there's two shapes. One's like a fluffy cloud. The other's like spiky like star, essentially. And if you ask people generally, which one would you assign the word Kiki to and which one would you assign the word Booba to? People always pick Booba is the cloud and Kiki is the spiky one. And it's like the sound of the word has a shape to it, and this is just something in our language that shows up all over the place. So he's like telling the story of this, like, just somebody ran a science experiment. They, put a bunch of people here, they polled a bunch of people, they put together this result, and this is what happened. And so he needs to compile all of that quickly because you get off the show, you have the rest of your job, but then you have to go answer these questions and have all the information. And of course he uses all sorts of research tools, but he was accused specifically of using ChatGPT to write the script, which is interesting because after the episode went up, manager Jojo posted a clip of him from the episode and accused him of using ChatGPT to write the script. The key line is Hank saying, quote, "I appreciate the pushback." And that's sort of an AI phrase, but that wasn't one of the really trigger AI phrases like "you're absolutely right" or "it's not this, it's that." I appreciate the pushback is something that the AI models say occasionally, but you wouldn't think it would make it into a script. But that's why people jumped on it. They were like, wow, he was so careless that he left in a turn of phrase that was the model talking to him about "I appreciate the pushback." That's not what happens. He's actually responding to the guest pushing back on him and about this concept, and then he answers it. But he was just talking, but it feels out of place because he's talking to the camera at that point, even though in the video he's talking to the guest after the fact. The way it's edited is him direct to camera, so him saying "I appreciate the pushback" to the camera. What is this? Beans? I don't know. But him saying that "I appreciate the pushback" feels a little weird when you just watch it, but it makes sense in the context of the longer video. So the headlines proliferated over the weekend to the tune of Hank Green accidentally reads AI prompt feedback left in his script. Hank has to deny this, but he goes on to admit that he does use ChatGPT for research. Dun, dun, dun. This did not land well. People don't like the idea of him using ChatGPT to research. And clearly, it's just a small subset of his audience that actually takes the time to flame online about AI usage. But it is a there's still dozens of posts, maybe hundreds of posts about how AI cannot be used for research because it hallucinates or it removes some key human element of the process of learning, something like that. It's very odd for anyone who's used modern models because there's a lot that AI can't do well yet, but pulling a bunch of links and quotes together from across the internet is something that they're pretty good at. And it's definitely reliable for that. And so Hank clarified, the script was not written by AI. He was just going on ChatGPT and saying like, hey, where did this original research come from? Pull up the paper, download the PDF, crunch it all together for me, pull some quotes from it, change this into a different format. I want it in this units instead of that units, those types of questions. But he still said that he has not been happy with how he's been using AI and may wind up publishing less as a result. He feels like he's on a little bit of a treadmill because he's more productive with AI, but then he posts more, and then that's a feedback loop. And of course, like at this point in time, he's like built his career over 20 years. He has a very sustainable business. He probably doesn't need to be on as much of a treadmill as perhaps an early stage creator might be. So it doesn't feel like it's total audience capture, but there is this interesting opportunity here that I was sort of just identifying. Like AI is clearly this wedge issue. Billions of people use AI and get value from it, but at the same time, it's deeply unpopular, and there's lots of people who like to post angrily online about how AI is bad for a variety of reasons. But education and science in particular are going to be intertwined with AI for the foreseeable future. Like every advancement in science is going to be AI enabled. And so if you're a science educator and you constantly have to be dancing around AI and be like, oh yes, like they solved this math problem, but I don't like it because AI was used, well, you're going to wind up just not being able to talk about math or science or whatever's happening because you're constantly doing this dance around AI. And so that's fine. There's that audience that will love that. But there's also an opportunity for a new audience that's maybe a little bit more nuanced about this and maybe just, yeah, it's fine that you use that for doing research. Maybe as long as the script sounds good, I'm fine, or as long as you are clear about your policy, which is odd because that's what he was always clear. He's just still got attacked and had to go on this defensive. I believe he has like a published policy around how him and his employees at his media company can use AI or do use AI or don't in various scenarios. But this was the first time I've seen a like real backlash to just pulling that up on ChatGPT. I totally understand. There are people that could just use AI to generate the video and not be involved at all, or use it in the script, or use an AI voiceover.
Yeah, it's just funny because I have this this reaction all the time.
Yeah.
When I realize a video on YouTube is just it's a fully AI generated script that somebody's just reading over.
Yeah, or AI voice is reading it.
Yeah.
Yeah. It sort of just depends. At the end of the day, it's just like, is the content quality, is the insight valuable? And what I would go to Hank for would be, he does a bunch of research across a whole bunch of tools, Google, ChatGPT, whatever he uses, read a book, read papers, watch documentaries, listen to podcasts about a topic, and then tell me what Hank thinks is interesting about that. The filtering process and the taste is what.
Back in your day growing up,
Yeah.
did teachers ever say, I really don't want you using Google for the homework?
No. There was never pushback against
Because Google didn't exist?
There was pushback against Wikipedia. It was like, oh, Wikipedia
Yeah,
is
that's it.
unreliable.
That's it.
Anyone can edit Wikipedia, so don't use
Yeah.
Wikipedia as a source. Which really just means
Well, that was fair. Go to
Wikipedia.
the original.
And it's
source.
kind of the same thing with ChatGPT. It's like, don't like go to the source that ChatGPT links you, and if that's a paper and it's academic and it's hosted on the right thing and it has the right provenance, then it's okay to use. I don't know. It'll be interesting to see how this all fares. There's a lot of backlash, but it was sort of like a lot of people in tech, I think, were getting like sort of whiplash from watching all of these arguments pile up. Someone put together a cool chart here of the good arguments and the bad arguments from the pro-AI crowd and the anti-AI crowd. So an example of a good argument around this from the pro-AI crowd would be AI is a powerful and capable tool. And then like a bad argument from the anti-AI crowd would be AI is useless in research / in general. But there were bad arguments that were put forth by pro-AI people, something like you use data centers, like Hank uses data centers, and it's like, yes, YouTube is hosted on a data center.
Yeah, so are you to write this comment?
Yes, but that's not the actual like data center that's required to host an online comment is wildly different than a massive Gen AI system, like cooking tons of tokens and actually setting the GPUs on fire, right? And then a good argument, the best argument from the anti-AI crowd said that AI usage in science communication reduces trust at least a little. Which is interesting. I mean, yeah, you do have to check these things, and we do see tons of examples of people actually leaking, AI phrases and weird AI like hallucinations into scientific research. There was that example of there was some PDF that was scanned, and there was a word in one column and a word in another column that got bled together when the document was imported, and then a whole bunch of scientific research started referencing this phrase that doesn't exist and just came from basically a hallucination or like a quirk of the optical character recognition. So anyway, they canceled my goat for using LLMs to search papers that he would need to read to make his videos. They want him to use Google search like a caveman in big 2026. That about
the crazy thing is can you even turn off AI mode in Google now?
I think you can. I think you can. You could use DuckDuckGo. I don't think that has AI yet. We'll see. Anyway, Jeremiah Johnson says, I'm fascinated by Duck. Wait, is it really?
By Duck.
No. Wait, you're serious?
Yeah, go to duck.ai.com. Or no, just duck.ai.
I like that's a good name. Duck AI, there you go.
Using GPT 5.4 Nano.
There we go. Okay, so
unavoidable.
Wow, yeah. The market has spoken, I suppose. Yeah, what do people do? I imagine you can turn off AI mode somewhere in the settings. Or at least you could, get some sort of Chrome plugin that deletes that, like an ad blocker, if you really, really cared. But it seems like a lot of work at this point. Anyway,
this was interesting. Ryan Lowe over on X is sharing a heartbreaking essay by a mathematician last week for this most recent news drop. So this was before Noam Brown showed the recent breakthroughs by Astra. He said, there's nothing I can do. There may be nothing you can do. I have no prescriptions, policy recommendations, or coherent call to action. I just want to be honest and open about my emotional and spiritual response. I want to feel seen. I want folks like me to feel seen. I need the architects of our new mathematical paradigm to look me in the eyes and acknowledge our shared humanity and soul before they deliver the coup de grace. I need most of all for us to understand what we are really doing.
The Dark Night of Mathematics, Kerwin Hampshire, mathematician researcher from the University of Auckland, who recently authored the viral essay, studied mathematics. Interesting. It feels like I would be surprised if mathematical education goes away. It feels like a lot of these problems should be interesting to apply, but I understand that's a completely different discipline. It will be interesting to see what happens next, because there are more advanced problems, the Millennium Prize problems, P versus NP, Navier-Stokes, right? There are a number of problems that are still unsolved. What happens when they're all solved? Do we create new problems? Where do we go from there? Do we start applying them in different ways? What do you think, Tyler?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, like...
Got any advice for mathematicians?
I think, so in this article, he says, like, mathematicians are paid to, like, solve
21-year-old podcaster has advice for mathematicians.
Yeah, exactly. Like, so he says, like, mathematicians are paid to solve theorems, which, like I don't, obviously, I'm not in academia, but, like, it seems like that, it's, like, kind of their job, but also it's, like, you're in a university, right? It's, like, teaching.
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of math professors that they sort of try and solve theorems, but also mostly teach and, don't solve that many theorems.
Yeah, and also, like, presumably, if you can solve all these conjectures, like, there's going to be new questions that open up. This is, like, the entire history of all science, right?
Yeah. It will be interesting to see the application of this stuff, because it's so abstract at this point, and it feels like it's everyone's saying, like, okay, based on this, like, this is going to, like, flood through material science and flood through chemistry and biology, and that would be awesome. Everyone would love, all of a sudden, like, the electric cars have twice as much range because we solved some fundamental thing. it'll be interesting to see where the new bottlenecks are. There, of course, will be always. Math professors hate AI for one simple trick, just scale, 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 I suppose. Let me tell you about Railway. Railway is the all-in-one intelligent cloud provider, user-favorite agent to deploy web apps, servers, databases, and more, while Railway automatically takes care of scaling, monitoring, and security. Boom. Boom.
What else is going on?
Lots of, this... I just like this Gary Marcus. He's really in the arena with this. There's this post.
It's a really good bit.
Which one?
Just the Gary Marcus bit.
It's not a bit. He really believes it.
No, but I think at some point he flipped into bit mode.
The pure LLM. Yeah, so he will always take issue with the idea of something being a pure LLM solving something. And
all right, let's see what Josh is doing.
Says the LLM use a calculator. Burn.
Is Josh online?
Bro, horses are very useful.
Or is he offline?
This is like
he's getting
not
lunch.
a
He's getting
pure
lunch.
horse. Pure horses still can't carry an entire family.
I'm gonna have to step away in like 30 minutes too, for other stuff.
The goalposts.
But why does it say he's live on my screen? Let me check.
First they came for the
Or I think he's not live.
Because I was a mathematician and really did not.
Yeah, he's not live right now.
I'm not gonna lie.
At least that's what I see.
It will be interesting to hear from Terrence Dow. He's been talking about how
Right?
he uses AI in math and has
Not
been,
trolling? Okay.
Sort of a white pill.
Yeah, he's
voice
getting lunch.
Every time I've heard
Needs
him
to
talk. So will be interesting to see how he reacts to the latest round of advanced mathematics.
John.
What is left?
It's time.
What?
It's time to talk about the rise of one-person, $1 companies.
One person, $1.
$1
in the Wall
company.
Street Journal.
$1 million companies.
The rise
First,
of $1 million companies with just one employee.
let me tell everyone
All right,
about
that's
Console.
me. That's me. They're talking about
Console
me.
builds AI agents that automate 70% of IT, HR, and finance support, giving employees instant resolution for access requests and password resets.
Wall Street
let's take it
Journal is saying AI tools make it easier for founders to get started alone, and many stay that way as they grow. Ben Broca launched a company last December that offers AI tools to entrepreneurs.
That name's familiar. We've had him on the show.
Already added 10,000 paying customers and is
What?
on track to bring in
Oh
10
my gosh.
million in revenue this year.
What?
One thing he hasn't added, any other employees. The 40-year-old is part of a class of entrepreneurs who are launching and often running new companies on their own. Artificial intelligence tools answer Broca's emails, help write and debug code, field requests from customers, sign up new subscribers, and grant refunds when issues arise. Broca relishes his ability to make whatever decisions he wants on his own, often from his sun-drenched Sausalito, California living room. I think compromises make lukewarm results, he said. Once upon a time, running a business of a certain size required a team. AI is turning that assumption upside down, and more aspiring entrepreneurs are going it alone. An analysis by the payments company Stripe, Tyler, look up Stripe, shows there are thousands of solo operators on the company's platform that are generating over 1 million in revenue, with their ranks doubling between 2023 and 2025.
That's pretty crazy. So this is on Pulsia, right?
No.
Oh, on Stripe.
Definitely not.
Okay.
This is just Stripe.
Okay.
The number of solo, I'm sure, I would be curious if Pulsia has any companies that do more than, $1,000.
I mean, you're looking at the
because to be honest,
marketing
like I actually do think success for Pulsia is like just making back even $1 more than you're spending on Pulsia, right? Because
there's a YouTuber who's been demoing different AI systems, Fable and Soul and Kimmy, and saying like, "Go make me money" is basically the only prompt, and he lets it cook for like a week, and he'll be on like a $200 a month subscription, see if it can make 6 cents, see if it can make $10, and he's getting closer every time. And he of course has to do some things, set up API keys and do little things, but it's an interesting experiment. Ben Awad. You should go check it out.
So the number of solo operators, according to Stripe, also crossing the $10 million threshold, nearly tripled in that same span. In the past, people without business contacts or particular savvy might not have known how to get their ideas off the ground, said Ernie Tedeschi, Stripe's chief economist. Now AI can be a built-in business partner.
Yeah, wait, how does Stripe know if you're a solo operator? Like because if you're a podcaster and you set up a Stripe account to accept money from advertisers, you could be having $1 million move through there. But if you hire an editor or not, that doesn't necessarily show up in Stripe. So they must do some sort of polling and ask.
Yeah,
everyone?
I think in your account
You
at some
say-
point you say how many
Okay.
employees do you have.
Okay, then if you say, yeah, I just got one.
But
Interesting.
I guess one question I
It's
have
definitely
with the
growing.
one question I have with the data is like, what if you just set up your Stripe account? It's like, how many employees do you have? And you just
One,
put
and then you
just
wind up
me,
adding
and then
people,
you add a
and
bunch
you
of
don't
guys.
go on update. Yeah,
Guys, I don't think Josh is coming back online anytime soon. He has something serious going on. Let me see what the last part of his stream actually. What was the last part of his stream? Oh, okay. Never mind. Okay, never mind. It's something else.
possible.
Yeah, because they don't have the payroll. I don't know how they would have visibility into payroll, especially like individual employees.
Yeah.
They do have a sense for how many people obviously are like added to your account, but sometimes it's like,
Oh,
well,
true.
does it count if you add your CPA?
Yeah.
You know.
And that's a contractor, not an employee. Yeah.
AI's ability to handle various administrative tasks makes it potentially useful for launching solo businesses in many fields, but the technology's ability to handle key tasks in tech, like coding, make that field a particular hotspot.
Mhm.
Analyzing Census Bureau data, Bank of America's Institute economist Taylor Bowley found that among all industries, new business applications in the information sector
I've seen the biggest percentage increase, nearly 45% over the past year, At the same time, the rate of information sector applicants saying they plan to hire workers has experienced the sharpest decline of any measured industry. This census data set doesn't track solo-operated businesses, but the numbers broadly show in tech and beyond that applications are flat among businesses likely to hire workers, but generally rising elsewhere. Economists say that's a strong sign that solo operators are in the upswing. Wow, yeah, that chart is really up and to the left. New business formation. This is in the information sector in particular. I want to know more about what these people are doing, because at the same time we saw Levels.io talk about like the indie hacker sort of seeing declining revenues or
That's
more
a
headwinds
straight
there because
hockey
the
puck
little
for
SaaS
solo
product
founders,
that
guys.
that indie hacker
It
might
could be
build.
you. It could be you.
I'm thinking of like those one-off websites like YouTube downloader 4K.com. It's just like a piece of software that people land on through SEO, or like something that is like an image background removal website, and it just does one thing and it does it pretty well and it scales to 6 figures or 7 figures. Those little sites are now getting sort of eaten by models and eaten by other people, and you might be able to vibe code your own, but at the same time, like they might have a long term. So
Tyler, update.
Okay, so they basically calculate the number of like solopreneurs based on how many people have like there's like special plugins or platforms that are directly for like the solopreneur. So they basically use that to like get a proxy of the general like percentage of solo people on Stripe.
On Stripe, oh, they have like a special flow for solopreneur. Interesting.
Yes.
Huh. Cool.
So they say that they're almost certainly underestimating the number.
Hey, Julian Weiser, I know him. Says the bar for getting started has never been lower, said Julian Weiser, who runs a San Francisco-based accelerator for solo founders working in tech. The accelerator, which offers founders seed money and mentorship in exchange for an equity stake, attracted 4,500 applicants for 10 slots made available in its most recent cycle.
What?
Nearly 5 times the number it drew when it launched last May. Now, he's been growing this a lot, but that is staggering. A lot of people want to be solopreneurs. Going it alone with AI can still be surprisingly expensive. Broca said he was losing money on many customers' accounts while paying to access Anthropic's Claude to run his clients' requests. That AI company, as well as others charged based on usage. He has since switched to free open source models from China. Broca says he has raised $30 million from investors and at the same time has saved millions in salary since he hasn't needed a team of software engineers. Another risk, if it's easy for one entrepreneur to launch an AI-assisted business, copying them can be easy too. This creates anxiety for founders like Troy Johnston, who runs an AI-assisted business alone in Orlando, Florida. Everybody has the sword.
Check on our stuff.
And we all have the ability to unsheath Excalibur now. Johnston, what a great quote for the journal. I love it. He's 40. He used AI to code an app that helps people get the most out of credit card benefits. It's interesting. Pick which card you want to use, because you might have multiple cards, one that's good for dining, and you build an app for that. There's been a few apps that do that. The Points guy had a whole blog around it, a whole media company around it, still does. But interesting to sort of like, go and actually vibe code that. A lot of these things, it's like you could probably just use the models themselves for this. Just have a thread that says, hey, these are the cards I have. Go pull all of the data. When I'm about to buy something, let me know. But at the same time, there might be some value for something new with a deeper integration somewhere. The company makes around $3,000 a month in profit with no employees and continuing to grow. What a run for Troy Johnston.
Great story.
Who loves King Arthur related metaphors for business. What one person businesses will mean for the labor market remains to be seen. Polling has shown that Americans are worried that AI will replace jobs, and top economists are wrestling with that possibility too. But AI is also creating lots of new jobs, and the go-it-alone entrepreneurs show the technology can both open doors and limit employment opportunities. If everyone's hiring less, but you get four times more firms, what does that do to headcount? Said Rembrandt Koning, an associate professor at Harvard Business School who studies entrepreneurship. He co-authored a recent study that found that among 50,000 startups the researchers examined, those focused on AI tended to operate with 25% fewer employees. It's interesting because haven't we seen that the ramp data that said that AI adopting companies were hiring faster, but maybe they still operate lower operational headcount, but hiring faster because of hiring growth? There's like 3 different factors that are going on here, sort of mixing all together. Koning, the professor, also believes in a soft hiring environment that has left some people mired in long job searches, has encouraged more to try their hand at launching businesses. That makes sense. Some founders cite different motives. It's a perfect storm of post-pandemic burnout and a reevaluation of one's priorities, and also booming AI and a sense of what's possible, said Samir Ahmad, 39, who lives in Brenningsville, PA. 2 years ago, Ahmad decided to leave the corporate job he had worked at Verizon for almost 2 decades to start a solo coaching and consulting business. He had been seeing social media posts touting the ease and virtues of AI, which he used to chart a business plan and help with marketing. It was like my chief of staff, a second in command. The business ultimately petered out within months, though, and Ahmad is back to full-time corporate role with a utility company. For Claire Vaux, 41, AI helped turn her passing impulse into a business. She was working full-time as a tech executive when she tapped AI in late 2023 to help code an app that would help manage documentation and design for new products with customers ranging from financial services to healthcare firms. I was copying and pasting from ChatGPT, said Vaux, who lives in San Francisco. She put her app online for $1 a month. Wow, that is cheap. And within weeks,
I thought we didn't know how to make apps that cheap anymore.
Yeah. I mean, it is a subscription, at least, not one time. But she put it online for $1 a month, and within weeks, people downloaded it thousands of times. Nearly 3 years later, Vaux's company, which she ran solo for 9 months before hiring an engineer, now has 100,000 users and is on track to make 7 figures in profit this year. Wow.
Oh my goodness.
That's remarkable at $1 a month. That's crazy. AI handles the marketing,
$1 a
sales,
month?
and customer support. Well, AI is a shortcut. Vaux said her network and credibility in the industry were key. I think people over-index on how easy AI is and under-index on how much I did to get to this point, she said. She's still...
Yeah, I just want to see... I want to see 5 companies that make more money from their business than they give Pulsia every month.
Yes. So Pulsia has some public dashboards for how much people are spending or something like that?
Yeah,
what is going on with
have a public dashboard. Let's see if I can find that again.
While you're doing that, let me tell you about Cisco. Critical infrastructure for the AI era unlocks seamless real-time experiences and new value with Cisco. And if Jordy's continuing to look, I'll also tell you about Public. Investing for those that take it seriously. They got stocks, options, bonds, crypto, treasuries, and more with great customer service.
Trying to find the dashboard. I was looking at the dashboard that was showing. Okay. I think Tyler found it. Thank you, Tyler. Yeah, so right now you can see all the different things that the company is on Pulsia are doing, or at least some of them. Right now, so far today, companies on Pulsia have spent $373.
Is that today?
On ads.
Today.
Yeah.
Oh, well, it's still morning.
So it's still morning, so we're pacing.
Okay.
We're only about, I don't know what time zone this is in. But yeah, the big question is like, is any of this stuff actually working, or is it more like kind of a video game, effectively.
Yeah.
That people just enjoy, like watching the machine hum,
Yeah.
but there's not really much happening.
I mean, that was the thing for Midjourney and Suno, I think, in many ways. Like, Midjourney, when it launched, people were
Totally.
like...
I mean, no.
Okay, hear me out.
Okay, I'll hear you out.
Okay, when Midjourney launched...
Get the steel man.
When Midjourney launched, people were like, this is going to take artists' jobs. And it was like, okay, so if that plays out, then I'm going to go to the MoMA, and there's going to be a show for someone that just prompted Midjourney, and the highest auction at Christie's is going to be some Midjourney artist, and that's not really what happened. Like, people aren't using Midjourney to make fine art, but people love Midjourney. Like, they love the activity of going on Midjourney and generating and prompting and getting an image back, and then maybe they send it to their friends, maybe they use it a little bit, but it's not exactly the same of like the process of becoming a fine artist. It's more like they're enjoying the process of just making. It's more like just having a guitar that you just like to practice and noodle on versus like actually being a touring artist. And so, like, that's certainly my experience with Suno. Is it's fun to try and make a song and then listen to it and then be like wrestling with the thing. And it's possible that could be the same activity for, like, okay, I'm going to go build an online business, see if I can get something out. But it's not really like a job. It's more of like an entertainment product.
Yeah.
I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, you could easily see it turning into like an Ender's Game scenario where it's like a game, and then it's like, oh, that was actually a real business you were starting, Ender. You know.
You offshored the last job. you sent all the labor overseas. You rolled up the entire HVAC industry. That wasn't a simulation. No, based on my steel man, do you agree or do you still disagree?
No, I just think that you could use Midjourney to create a beautiful asset that you could get some enjoyment out of, or you could use it for your business or whatever you're doing.
Yeah.
Or to just create AI art.
Yeah.
And you could use Suno. Suno is just like deeply entertaining. You go on there, and in
Exactly.
5 seconds, you make a real
Yes.
song
Yeah.
that sounds like it was recorded in a real studio.
Yeah, and there might be something to like, okay, it is fun to go and build a SaaS product. Like, it is fun to go, like the game, it's a game, right? I don't know, Tyler.
Okay, just on your example earlier of like the MoMA artists, like that's like the insane long tail of artists.
Yeah.
That's not like the average, you know, center of the curve artist that like.
Okay.
Midjourney like maybe is like doing a similar thing to what
maybe
people are producing.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah.
I would just be surprised if the, I don't know, maybe the way to put it is like, I'd be surprised if like the majority of Midjourney users are using the product as an artist career path, an artist career path. Like, they're like, okay, I got my image, now I need to get it printed. Now I need to go do a small gallery show. Now I need to go talk to an auction house. Now I need to go and pitch it to a bunch of collectors and go through the process of being an artist. I think a lot of people are just like, cool, I got an image. Like, this was nice. Like, job's done. Now back to whatever else I was doing. Oh, like, I have some free time. I could go play a video game. I could go listen to music. I could go generate some images and have fun with that and see what those are like, and then just enjoy them myself, right? I don't know. I think there's like a smaller, tighter loop with some of these services that might be, overridden. And I'm wondering if there might be one in the like design of business, like gamification of business world. I don't know. It does seem like
Ben has done a really good job positioning Pulsia and using some different methods to get attention. I have something I feel like I have a little bit against the whole thing because I just get spammed DMs from him. He doesn't follow me on X, but he spams me with messages asking for different things, which I just think is I think is somewhat entertaining if you're trying to run the anti-AI slop company, right?
Yeah. Is it? I thought it was pro AI slop. I thought that was the whole name.
No, he's saying this is not slop.
Oh.
This is
because there is a world where you're like, it's slop, but it's good slop, and like it's fine. Like there's a lot of programmers that say like, yeah, the answer for more slop, answer for slop code is more slop, and it's like it'll be fine. It's not a problem. You might not like.
We need a new word, guys.
Written, but it doesn't
we need a new word for slop.
You might not like those artifacts in
We'll
the
call it
AI
art.
image, but it's fine because it illustrated the point, just like you wanted. Anyway, Tyler, do you have something else?
Yeah, I was just gonna say like, yeah, slap is like a temporary term. Right?
Yeah.
At some point, the writing actually becomes good.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The writing?
The output of the model.
Yeah, writing does seem behind a little bit.
Yeah, but you can. It's like
not
verifiable.
It's
in the
not
sense that, like,
verifiable.
no, people say it's good or bad.
Yeah, not fast enough. The loop isn't tight enough, and there's too many people that say it's good when it's bad.
You can make it.
Maybe,
Yeah.
maybe. It did get a lot better.
Still,
recently.
once a week,
It got a lot better.
someone prominent posts fully AI generated content.
Yeah,
and
what
just-
was happening with the cache? Like,
No, it just happens. It happens once a week. It's just an iron law of once a week. Someone really, really talented and smart posts something that is just entirely AI.
maybe we gotta rip it. We gotta try it just to feel something. Because maybe it's like a forbidden fruit, like the full just like go and prompt, like write me a blog post, thought leadership about business. That's the prompt. Copy paste, rip it.
Maybe it's also a strategy. You have something that's like you really want to get out, but it's a little bit boring. And so you know that if you use AI
You're
to write
going to
it,
get
you'll
ratioed.
so much, you'll
More
get
people are
ratio.
gonna see
Way
it.
more people see it, and as long
This
as
is
the
the
first
4D
few
chess.
sentences
4D.
are kind of deliver the message you
Yeah,
want.
this is good. This is really good. Yeah, I think we got to do it. We'll test it on Tyler's account first, though.
Joe Weisenthal.
Yeah, let's do it.
says,
Joe
I love all the
Weisenthal.
AI people who are like, nobody's prepared for what's coming. It's like, maybe just speak for yourself.
Joe's ready. Joe's ready. No, it is very funny that there's this whole meme of like, no one knows what's coming. It's not priced in. It's like all anyone talks about ever. It's on the front page of the Wall Street Journal every day. Lots of people are talking about this.
And most people that say nobody's prepared for what's coming will not give you a really concrete.
Yeah, like, what
they
is
won't
coming
say like,
exactly?
Oh, what is coming, guys?
Like the last time we had
Here's the
this like
big post.
nobody's prepared for what's coming moment was what was the guy who was comparing AI to COVID back in March?
Was that Schumer? Matt Schumer?
Yeah.
So something big is coming.
Yeah, something
Yeah.
big is happening.
And it's like, yeah, something big is happening. Like the models are getting better. Like the math is getting solved, but like you can still go outside. Like,
Yeah.
at this point in 2020, unemployment had spiked to 10%, and like it was very much like you're a bold patriot if you're going outside. Like it was a crazy time.
I went outside
And
yesterday,
now
guys.
it's like,
I went
yeah,
outside.
there might be some softness in the job market. Like a hedge fund blew up. There's things that are happening. Some big things.
It was hot.
But the
day-to-day
hedge
is
fund, the
mostly
hedge
normal.
fund blew up from being a little too bullish. Like things maybe like they got the basically directionally correct, but got the timing wrong, right? Mike Isaac says, yeah, these MFs don't know how much I got stockpiled in my basement.
Yeah.
And Joe says, these MFs don't know that if a man has a why, he'll find his how. Well
very
said.
good. Yeah.
Well said.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
good.
Buco Capital was having fun with Kevin Roos over at formerly New York Times, now Hard Fork Independent. I don't know. Did they take the IP? Are they still using
doubt
Hard
it.
Fork outside of NYT? I don't know. But Buco just says, weird comment for a guy writing a book on AGI. He is exactly and literally wrong. Everyone is pricing it in. Why do you think OpenAI and Anthropic are priced at $1 trillion? What nobody is pricing in is that besides coding and math, very few domains have embedded verification. And so, but Tyler over there thinks that you can formally verify whether or not the Odyssey is a good book in lean or something.
Well, I think we can.
Yeah.
I think we can formally verify that Tyler's goated, right? A lot of people would say like
Yeah.
it's kind of like
That's
gray
true.
area, right? You
Yeah.
can't totally define what
Yeah.
it means to be the greatest of all time.
Yeah.
But
You've been working on that quantifying aura. As long as it's fully quantifiable, you'll be able to verify it. Yes. Andrew Curran says, shorten your timelines, friends. I've started this account to say this, and in many ways I've posted for the past 4 years, has been saying the same thing. Some of you increasingly feel it. We passed the threshold in November. We are already inside the singularity. Lots of people are picking up the we're no longer in the foothills of the singularity. We're in the singularity now. Demis on stage at Google I/O just a couple months ago, saying we're in the foothills. Well, now we're on the mountain. If you followed this account for a long time,
What?
Andrew Curran
Oh
says,
my
I
God!
apologize
All
for
it did
losing
was
my mind a few
respond with
times.
ready. What?
Using GPT 3.5 and then Bing forced me to update all of this at once in one shot, and that was the correct time
That's
to,
all you got?
to update.
Ready?
Like, talking to 3.5
From this whole prompt?
and the first ChatGPT moment. Bing
Oh my God!
It was if you updated on that, you did very, very well across everything, both with the growth in the labs and the growth in the data center build out and everything. Like that was the key moment.
Also, there was a moment in 2020, this was coming up over the weekend,
Yeah.
that somebody used GPT-3 to generate like a fully functional React app. Do you remember this?
Yes.
A
I
React
forget
app?
what it was called.
Mhm.
It was called like the something. The
Yeah.
But anyways, that in hindsight was like such a big moment.
Yeah.
But at the time, it got like 2,000 likes, and people were like,
All
"Wow, this is
right.
really cool."
Yeah, but no one took it from there to be like, businesses will be spending hundreds of billions of dollars on this in just a few years.
Yeah.
Like, or I mean, a lot of people did, honestly.
Yeah.
Like tons of people across venture and private market, public markets.
A lot of people did, but way more people didn't update
Yeah.
any of their behavior.
Yeah, I guess. It's mind-blowing to me how few people realize that their lives and everything they know will change drastically in the near future. At this point, it should be pretty clear, says Jerry Turek. Yeah, wild times. Elon Musk says 100%. He's completely agreeing. Let me tell you about Codex. Codex is a powerful workspace for getting work done with AI agents. Whether you're writing code, analyzing data, creating content, or automating business workflows, Codex helps you move projects forward from start to finish. We got to look at this simulator. You're into racing simulators. I got to one up you with a train simulator. Look at this guy. This guy on z80.me has built a full-scale train simulator controller. For the 3 years, I've been building a physical train simulator in my apartment modeled on the UK Class 80X passenger train. I've been trying to replicate the instruments and controls in the real cab as closely as possible. Look at this.
This is amazing.
In many cases, managing to acquire real components, and in others, building my own replicas. I've gone down rabbit holes for design, from custom CAN bus transceiver board and a variety of daughter boards to tie the simulator together, to the actual panels, all of which on the consoles and instruments are mounted. I usually wait until I complete a component or step before I write a blog post, but over the last half year, I've instead made forward progress on several disparate aspects of the project. Therefore, this blog post will update as a status update on many of those aspects.
I'm feeling the acceleration, John.
This is such a cool DIY project. Imagine just sitting there driving the train in the train
Pretty
simulator.
cool.
So
You gotta get
one thing I'm not
parts.
seeing is any type of visuals. So is he?
Like you mean the software that's driving the
Yeah.
the train
To me, he only cares about the tactile experience of pushing the buttons, right? Like he's optimizing for actually feeling like he's in the
in the train. But no, there is a screen, and that screen is running a game that simulates a train. And the
Okay,
name of that
okay.
game, Train Simulator. You can get it at train-simulator.com. It's also on Steam. Yes, Train Simulator Classic is, I believe, the one that he's playing. Yeah, he's playing the full Train Simulator. AWS Sunflower? I don't know. Anyway, funny story. Balaji is moving to Kazakhstan. This is huge for the Borat community. Absolutely huge for the Borat community. He
says,
posted a video.
"This is Kazakhstan." Let's see.
This is a beautiful video. I have no doubt it's a beautiful place. It's a little bit crazy because his network school I thought of as sort of a like a startup incubator, a Y Combinator adjacent entity. He was in Singapore for a while, then Malaysia, and now maybe Kazakhstan. Did he actually move to Kazakhstan, or is he just like touring and vacationing there? Because what is the actual
Here's
story?
the news.
Okay,
He says,
give me
I'm pleased to announce that a memorandum of understanding has been signed between the Republic of Kazakhstan and Network School. Our new campus will become a haven for global techno-optimism with expedited visas, streamlined re-domiciliation, and active recruitment of talent. Excited for Balaji, excited for Kazakhstan, excited for Network School. Balaji is very smart and very entertaining, and I've enjoyed having him on the show. I do think I I do think it is very funny to be trying to recreate the incredible techno optimism that many different sub-communities already have in the United States.
Yeah.
Where he, where he effectively had all of his success at Coinbase and Andreessen Horowitz and I'm sure many other businesses. I think this whole chapter is deeply entertaining to me, the Kazakhstan chapter.
It's such a funny place. King in the castle, I love it. So quick tip for anyone who's planning to do sort of like the bi-coastal thing, San Francisco, Kazakhstan. You're in for like a 30-hour trip because there are no nonstop flights, I think. You have to connect in Istanbul, Frankfurt, Seoul, Doha, or Dubai. You're looking at 25 to 35 hours, depending on the layover. That is really, really far. The Miami thing was a tough pitch because, you know, so much activity is happening in New York, so much activity is happening in San Francisco. And it was still hard to get people to relocate, like great engineers. They come out the
No, I mean, this is just truly
full send.
The toughest possible sell. I think he's trying to, I think he's...
Weed out the weak.
I think in some ways he's been so successful that he wants a challenge that to him feels almost impossible, which is to convince the best and brightest from all over the world to move to Kazakhstan. I know so many, I mean, some major selection bias here, but I know a bunch of bright people that are not U.S. residents, and they would do anything to be able to be
in Kazakhstan.
not quite. Maybe now. But they would do anything to be able to have free access to America, to be able to set up shop here, to be able to build their business here, to be able to
be the king of the castle.
To be not even the king, but a pauper.
Just someone in the castle.
In the castle at all. And so, and I haven't.
We got to go. It's very clear.
Very clear.
It's very clear that we got to go,
go,
or at least we got to send
go.
Tyler.
I would go. It looks fun.
Pack your bags, buddy. See you in 30 hours when you land. Absolutely wild. Let me tell you about CrowdStrike. Your business is AI. Their business is securing it. CrowdStrike secures AI and stops breaches. Mark Zuckerberg was answering questions about his AI strategy on the latest Meta earnings call, and Ben Thompson wrote about what Meta's position is in AI, how they're grappling with a few things. There was a bunch of interesting points in this Stratechery update. One I wanted to call out was what Ben Thompson thought the best moment on the call was when an analyst asked him why the company can't just use other models. Like, why can't you just do the Apple thing? Do nothing, win. Like, partner with one of the labs, do some license agreement. If you need an image model, you get an image model. If you need a text model, you get a text model. If you need to speed up your programmers or your engineers, hire the best coding agent and negotiate with them, right? And here's how Mark Zuckerberg answered it. He said, I can take the open source question. Let's see. So basically the question is, do we think that because there are some open weight models that we can just rely on those? I mean, right now, the open source models are not as strong as the frontier models. Good point. So no is the basic answer. Meta needs to be on the frontier with their intelligence that they use, so they have to be there, according to him. He says, and then there's also just there's also just always the perpetual both policy debate and question around other companies' actions and whether that's a thing a company like Meta can rely on. So if you're using Chinese open source and there's some regulatory risk, it seems like that's sort of what he's getting at, is these things might not they might not be available all the time. And then also some of these companies, they might be open source for a few years and then go closed source and then start charging you an arm and a leg. So you don't want to be in a place where you become super dependent and then all of a sudden get hurt once you're super dependent on a particular product. So he says, and I think that's very tricky. So on both fronts, we believe we're going to be able to do better work, and we think that there's some risk in that reliance. I don't believe that's the right thing to do. So That felt like not a great answer to me in the sense that the Apple approach seems to be working so well. We'll talk to John Gruber about that in a few minutes. But then he goes on to explain some of the history of Meta, and it's very, very interesting. He says, I think that we're a company that if you look at Meta take a step back on this, a lot of people view the surface layer of we build some social media apps and we have an ad business. We are really a full stack technology company. We build our own data centers, our own infrastructure, our own chips, our own low-level software. When we got started, he says, my background in engineering, I wrote a lot of the systems code. A lot of the reason why Facebook worked was because it just worked, which is a crazy thing to say based on the history. But he makes a really good point. He says, like, it literally worked when other social networks did not work fast and efficiently. And I think we just have the ability to build things that can be more personalized, more optimized, more efficient. Some qualitative experiences are just not even possible for others to build because we go all the way down the stack. And it just seems to me pretty clear that having kind of sovereignty over building your own models is going to be an important part of that stack going forward, which is why it's important for Meta. And so that was very interesting that was a differentiator in the early days, that certain other competitor sites would just be slower. They wouldn't be able to launch new features quickly, and by vertically integrating all up and down the tech stack, they were able to do things very aggressively. This is the Reels thing. They built like 2 extra data centers to be able to do the Reels algorithm, because if they didn't have that compute capacity, they could not have launched a competitor to TikTok on any normal time frame, because it was actually a compute-intensive project, not just a design. They just put a new button there and there's some videos. But it's like behind those videos is a massive recommender system that is very computationally intensive and stores a lot of data. And you can't just spin that up for 3 billion users or however many billions of users they have on a dime if you don't have the infrastructure, if you're not actually vertically integrated. So there's a whole bunch of other things where, in terms of personalization, understanding the user, delivering a really first-class experience, they sort of do need to bring it in-house, but investors are very upset about this. They're not very happy because Ben Thompson calls it the financial tail wagging the dog, and says that they have to sort of double spend right now. He makes a good point about this. They're double paying. The company right now is basically double paying for infrastructure without a clear path to monetization. And to make matters worse, its improving monetization story lost a bit of its luster. So they're both renting AI compute, paying a bunch of money for new researchers, and then also spending all the CapEx for the next data center. So all of that needs to come together in this moment to actually deliver. And the investors are starting to ask all these questions about what the strategy is. But Zuck's sticking with it. He's not backing down. But we will see.
Yeah, tough position to be in when capital markets don't have a ton of faith, and you just see that in the stock price, the company broadly, right? There's a lot of infighting, frustration around just how MSL is treated versus the rest of the company, which is paying for MSL. So Zuck is at war, with fighting a war with multiple fronts.
It is. It's a big war. Well,
he'll get through it though.
We'll dig into it more. I still think this Pierre Richelson tweet is so funny. Shower thought, why is no one doing outbound for pizza? Hey, this is Gigi from Gigi's Pizza calling. You ordered last week. We have a pepperoni pizza ready and could deliver it in 10 minutes. You hungry? Hilarious concept. Would be extremely annoying to have every possible low tier business that you do that you've bought anything from with spamming you. I mean, they basically do this with email awareness, like, hey, there's a Super Bowl coming, like, do you want to place an order?
What if we made a law that said that restaurants could only call between 5:30 and 6 p.m.
when you're hungry?
And so you knew you'd be getting calls coming in, and you could kind of play them off each other. You get a pizza offer. You're like, look, I'm kind of interested in pizza, but I have an open conversation with the taqueria, and I need to wait to understand like what they can offer tonight. I'll let you know.
Yeah.
Taqueria calls. They go 4 steak tacos, side of rice. You in?
Yeah.
And and then you get a price, you get a bid, you go back to the pizza, you kind of play them off of each other a little bit, and then you go with with what you're really feeling at the end of the day.
Do you know what it's called on Wall
Back
Street?
to that food
when,
app startup.
You have multiple parties negotiating to sell a block of stock or debt or something like that, and you want to bring them all in really quickly. Let's say you're negotiating with Tyler, and I have extra information. I might have a buyer, and I want to jump in. Do you know what that's called? Barging your line. So like, oh yeah, I'm going to barge his line, jump in there, and then we'll be on like a three-way call basically. And you can do that when your phone system's set up with multiple lines. So you could potentially have, okay, you got Domino's on line 1, and then you got Pizza Hut on line 2, and you could be like, okay, I'm just going to put you as, all in
Conference
one
call
call.
time.
Let's debate. Let's get to the bottom price. Because that's basically what you're doing. You're saying we're just going to hold an auction right here.
Yeah.
This might be the solution. I like this post. Explaining to my wife, explaining to my ape wife that I have to spend nights and weekends learning the bone so we don't end up in the permanent underclass.
What's the bone? What's the bone?
Is this from 2001 Space Odyssey?
Yep.
It's a good movie. Jordy, have you seen 2001 A Space Odyssey?
Yes.
You have?
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah, I remember that
He
scene.
never watches movies.
How did that happen? That's wild.
I think I was forced to watch it.
Oh yes, this old Leopold lore is coming back up. The author of this New York Times article definitely doesn't realize Leopold was being literal about the stars and galaxies. Asked in a 2004 podcast interview with Dwarkesh Patel what his goals were, he answered, "Eventually you are going to go to the stars. You are going to go to the galaxies," he added. Done right, there's a lot of money to be made. That was true for a while, at least. Well, the fund was the center of the hottest trade on the planet. The fund made a return of more than 200% after fees. As anything tied to AI shot higher, one investor said. Yes, there was a funny line where Leopold's talking about buying galaxies, and some investors like the particular brand of private jet that's referred to as a galaxy, like the Galaxy 750 is the one that you'd want, and Leopold was like, no, I'm going to buy an actual galaxy.
Tay Kim says, who will play Leo and Ken in the movie? We know it's coming. The story is too juicy.
Okay,
Will it be
we
like
got to
Margin
play.
Call
We got to
and
play
The
this
Big
clip
Short?
of Ken Griffin, because this came up on my For You page, and it's a wild story of when Ken Griffin had his darkest moment, basically, and lost a whopping 4% of the fund, something like that. Play this clip.
In 1994, I was in Switzerland. We'd had a rough year in '94. We lost about 4% of our capital in '94. It was one of our only losing years in the history of the firm. And I'm in Switzerland. I mean, it was a rough day. My lunch, I sat down at lunch. This person sits down. "Oh, you're not John Griffin." "No, I'm Ken Griffin." He goes, "Oh, I thought you were John Griffin from Fenchurch, another firm." He goes, I got to go. I'm like, great. I flew all the way to Switzerland for my lunch date to get up and leave the table. And then around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, I was with another Swiss banker, and we're in his office. His office was like almost the square footage of the stage. Beautiful furniture. He goes, "Do you mind if I smoke?" He takes out a big cigar. He's smoking this cigar, and we're talking for about 45 minutes. Such a pity that such a bright young man so picked the wrong career. Like, well, that's the most graceful no I've gotten today. But you just have to tolerate, you're going to hear no a lot. But you need to become accustomed to having
Leopold's dad.
Yeah.
What you represent, what you stand for. Again, whether it's the people that you want to have work for you, or people that are trying to give you capital or customers, you need to get comfortable with the art of selling.
The art of selling.
It's so funny that someone was like, "Ken Griffin, like you're just in the wrong job. You should be."
Oh no.
Yeah.
I don't know.
This is not for you.
I wonder what that banker would have preferred Ken Griffin do. Like, did he have a prescription? Was he like, you should be
Course seller.
a hustler? I don't know, skier or something. Anyway, fun little trip down memory lane. We have John Gruber from Daring Fireball in the waiting room. Let's bring him in to the TVP and Ultra Dome.
All right. There's the. What does he do? What does he do? What does he do? What does he talk about?
Months of zero
Tech blocker, Daring Fireball. Okay.
interest.
I think the big change, though, it's all clearly about the fact that for so many people, you know, I don't even want to pass judgment on them, but I think for some of them, they are mathematically disinclined to be able to extrapolate a monthly payment by the terms they're agreeing to.
I don't know about
There
that
are no
one.
blockers in front of us. Like we have
Sequoia
a
Capital?
regulatory environment that's ready to move. We have an enormous demand signal. We have customers that want to buy. We have an architecture that's very simple and very scalable. And now we have a lot of capital in the bank. And the blocker on us becoming the 10, 50, $100 trillion company that makes most of the world's
100
energy
trillion?
is the smartest people in the world coming and joining us in this mission. So I spend an enormous amount of my time doing that. I actually would say that our primary talent competition is in other places where you can move the needle on a global scale that need incredibly talented engineers. I don't see it as sort of like, okay, other nuclear companies. It's more like, what are the other companies that are genuinely going to change the course of humanity in the next 50 years? And like, those are the people that I'm fighting for.
50
Yeah,
years.
that makes a lot of sense.
Lessons from
I'll just say,
Oh god. Skip that one.
like what is the
What is this?
the
Base
differences
power,
and nuances
power.
of load balancing?
They're doing
Yeah,
power
so
companies.
you're exactly right. Basically, what you care about is the difference between available capacity or supply and the amount of demand.
Yeah.
And so here in Texas and in many places, especially in the South where it's quite hot in the summer, you typically have these peak times in the summer, at least in the early evening. So kind of like 4 to 6 p.m., 5 p.m., 7 p.m., where the sun is setting. So supply is coming offline, but people are coming home, plugging in their EVs, turning on their air conditioners, et cetera.
Got it.
And so that's really where the supply and demand meets. Then in the winter here in Texas and in many places in the north, you have these early morning peaks. Basically, people are waking up using more electricity. Your electric heaters are coming on, and they're on throughout the night, but the sun hasn't risen yet. And so batteries help fill those gaps. That's at the macro level. And then at the more micro level, they're also able to shave peaks off of the lines on the grid. So you might have enough capacity in aggregate in bulk, but one part of Houston or Dallas or Chicago may need support. And so because we've got tens of thousands of these systems out there, we can say, look, in this neighborhood, we need some support. We're going to discharge just in that neighborhood. And that's the beauty of having a high volume of systems.
I see a lot of robots of different types moving around in the background. Where
So
are you
do I.
guys getting the most leverage from robotics? I can imagine as you started the facility, it can make
Looks like
sense
it's loading batteries.
to figure out the sort of process using a lot of your human talent. But where are you guys getting the most leverage, and how automated can this become over time? Can it become fully lights out factory? Is that even something to aim for? But what's your view on all that?
Yeah, robotics is a great place, but it doesn't have a place for everything. There are certain tasks that do not make sense to automate, or at least not as a starting point. And then there are other tasks that do. So like what you see behind me, you've got the robots that are driving through the tunnel, and that tunnel is placing these stacks of battery cells that are created also by robots outside of the frame here. That is a great thing to automate because it's relatively heavy, relatively repetitive, and requires a lot of fine precision. Then there are other tasks, loading in certain components, testing certain things that require a little bit more finesse, a little bit more dexterity, that are pretty hard to automate. Not impossible, but harder. And so we've said, look, we're not going to automate those as a starting point. We're going to focus on the things that are either dangerous or hard to do repeatably or are quality concerns, and then we'll automate more and more over time. So I'd say it's a phase-in approach. We're starting with what makes sense to automate, and we'll likely trend towards more automation. But the fundamental thing is trying to not do tasks that you don't need to do in the first place. You delete the task, then you optimize it, and then you automate it.
What's the state of blackouts, brownouts, blackout prevention? That feels like a huge selling point. You're selling a sense of security, a sense of comfort during a winter blackout or summer. But at the same time, how often are they actually happening? It seems like a known problem. Grids and energy providers have been working on this at a higher level than you. So is the problem still broad? How big is the problem of just losing power outright? And how big of a factor is that for you in the sales process?
So it's huge in the sales process, right? People want to have more affordable and more reliable power.
Yeah.
The reliability is different from place to place. So
Yeah.
typically in coastal regions, so we think of the Texas coast, Florida, the East Coast, et cetera, where you have a lot of hurricanes.
And a wildfire. So it's
What's
just
this?
a preposterous kind of situation.
A centaur robot. What the heck?
So
looking at what
So
robotics
yeah, the
can do,
form,
that's
yeah,
what we're aimed at.
the use case makes total sense.
Yeah.
A little bit like a gray goat, you know. You might,
What the heck is this,
wanna go
guys?
pet it.
What is this? This robot is more dangerous than it looks. It looks pretty dangerous. What the heck is
So
that,
do you
guys?
think you'll
What is
end up
that?
redesigning it?
Yo,
Because if you-
yo, Karax, keeping the 50-day streaks. Damn. How's it going, Karax? How was your workday? How was your workday? Hope you survived another day. It's Monday. Tomorrow's Tuesday. It's reset day tomorrow for me. Maybe we get a surprise reset, but man, that centaur looked pretty crazy. Pretty
wanna
crazy.
just show that at
No,
least like
we're done
the
with this.
head,
I think we're done.
Because if you want to just show
Buying computer for the kid, a lot of checking, and fired it up. Fired it. Sounds good. What do you get him? A Windows, a Linux, or a Mac? Which one? Which type of dad are you? Which type of dad are you? Of course, Windows for Steam. Okay, why didn't you just get him the Steam box? Or is that too expensive? Probably too expensive. Definitely, maybe too expensive. Because it is shit. Okay, I get it. Yeah, that's great. Is it their first computer or their their fifth? There's a difference. I think when kids get an upgrade on their consumer laptops, like they want to make sure it plays their favorite game. What's their favorite game? It's not Roblox, is it? Is it Roblox? Guys, don't create another generation of Roblox kids. Is this power word for now? Okay, alright. That's good. Don't increase the population of Roblox users. A generation of Roblox kids, guys. There's a whole generation of 30-year-old Roblox players out here. It's on the ban list. Okay, that's good. That's good. I bet they're liking that new expansion then. That just recently came out that everybody was playing. Under the sun. I mean, are people playing Roblox now? Or not Roblox? Pal World? On Twitch? Possibly? I could see it. Viewers high, low. Pal World. Pal World's right here. 41,000 people. That's a lot of people. So, on the news, we got who's legally to blame for Anthropic and OpenAI's autonomous AI hackers. Normally, in America, it's illegal. Under US hacking laws, a human can face criminal charges for breaking into someone else's computer without permission. It's illegal. That's why we haven't hacked anybody yet, guys. It's super illegal. Surprise that their unreleased AI models autonomously hacked into several companies. Several, guys. Understanding America's computer hacking laws. To recap, okay, they got the hack. They described their unauthorized access because it was testing. The hacks also raised new questions about liability and consequences, and whether their models are misused to hack other companies. Spoke to attorneys who specialize in computer hacking laws. Okay. The potential fallout. Called this uncharted territory. What? uncharted territory. Why not blame the company, huh? Blame the company, sue them to the ground? While others found the legal precedent work for them, suggests that it's likely up to the courts to sort out. Victim companies would likely have to develop novel legal arguments. Oh no. Based on laws that were written decades before the arrival of LLMs. Oh my gosh. We might throw out the whole court system because of this. It's going to take 20 years to get the results of whether AI is liable or not. As of this writing, no disclosed. Okay, yeah. Can AI commit crimes, guys? What kind of question is this, guys? The US does not have federal law covering liability of AI. There. My gosh, it's a computer. We'll just sue the computer, guys. Sue the computer. We'll sue the manufacturer of the computer. Can AI agents be considered people for the purpose of establishing intent? Yo, yo, yo. How are you? Hey, Mr. Tech. Mr. Tech Gamer. How's it going? What's up? What's up? What's up? How are you? How's everybody doing? We're going over who's legally to blame for autonomous AI hacks. It already did. Few felony break on Hugging Face, so company is responsible for it. Strange that no one's sentenced for it yet. Yep. All good. Hee hee. Sounds good. Sounds good. Man, when can I update? Should I be ready to update the new version of Sigma Shake? Will you join Bridgemind's Vibeathon? If it's free, guys, people are saying that you have to. They charge. They said that they charge, guys. Is it charged? Do they charge, guys? Let's see. Vibe coding, bridge support, AI builds. Where is it, guys? Where is it? Where's the? I didn't. Do you remember which part is on the Vibeathon? We'll check. We'll check the Vibeathon. Let's see who it is. I'm not sure if you have to pay or not. Can victims sue? I assume they can, guys. They can. If victims were to argue negligence, intent does not matter as much. Yeah, we just had like a 0-day vulnerability. We're not sure. Is that on us that we didn't discover it? He was live. He was talking about Discord live product review. Okay. I think it. Is he still live now? Is he still live now? Let's check. Let's check it. Oh, grab. Oh my goodness. I hate when he does this. Oh, now my whole video is copyright struck. I gotta really focus on not enabling that. This is the project sharing. Okay, game analytics. All right, split to the max. Z creator, clipping agent, an AI motion video editor, robotics, Erica game, gambling gaming platform. Okay, the gambling gaming platform. That one probably won. What the fuck is this guy doing? I saw him high in stream views. Guy, what's that guy doing? Yeah, he's like, so far, he's cooking. He's cooking. A #1 vibe coder streamer, live streamer, by the way. #1, apparently. But what's he cooking? Project sharing event. And then his product, some of his stuff is Bridge Bench, which is like evaluating every model against a benchmark. And then he created an Unreal Engine game recently, a shooting one. He streamed for 5 hours today. Man, his headphones must have had a lot of battery today. Or he bought another battery. He bought another pair of headphones. He bought another pair of headphones to last longer. What else do we got, guys? Anything else? Yeah, and then his custom thing. Oh, so he actually got another model. Editor voted for this answer 1. Chike Super Move and AI Motion Video Editor. AI Motion Video Editor. All right, let's see what that is. All right.
Is it this guy right here? Let me see.
System, so I'll connect to this
Robocar?
right here. So this is actually a live robot in Jacksonville. So
Is this
as you
one?
can see, it's like on this map, it's right here, and then you can actually configure like different paths and everything for the robot to navigate on. Sorry, the map is really slow. I have
Maybe not that one.
touch a single line.
Let's see, guys. Send what you're working on in the chat so we can see what it is.
Let me change
Wait,
the
wait,
language.
there's Multitron. Did you see that? Multitron was on there. We saw Multitron.
All right, perfect. So on new descent, I would choose like a random
This is a
party
game.
here.
This is a game.
So me just go to the fun part. It's very similar to Slay the Spire here. We can have like
I always wanted to create a Slay the Spire game.
a route that we have 4 biomes, and we have our 4 heroes that we can play here. I try to generate like very cool characters so that we can have like a nice lore and gameplay as well. I managed as well to write a book based on this game so that we can have a nice lore. Simulations on my game from beginning to end to see if the game is.
Check 5, the 13-year guy. All right, 537. Right. 5. Oh, too much. All right.
Cool. I just want to make sense. Oh my gosh. All right, sorry, I've got this thing that keeps popping up. Okay. Let's pick.
Can we give this guy another chance?
All right, we'll give Justice for Gold. We'll give him another chance.
I guess.
I'm tempted Oliver. This is Oliver. What are you talking about? This is Oliver. What the heck? He's a troll. he's a what do you call it? The mod for Nick's stream.
See some ID though, dude. I'm joking. That was a joke.
Okay, look, I know my voice sounds deep. Okay, I play with super bass. Like for example, this Connect 4.
It was the gambling one. This is the gambling one.
If I open up another tab and go on the alt account, I'm
Connect
able to
4.
link Connect 4 with another browser. I think I can show you guys right now. Once you join in here, this time we'll start gambling. I mean not gambling, gaming.
Gaming. Hey, bridgemind could get banned on this whole stream because of this game.
Bro, dude, thank you for presenting, bro. Great job.
Too small.
Alright, bro.
Yeah,
Dude,
it's
I
way
think he
too
was
small.
trolling, bro.
Yeah.
Clarence says I'm a standout.
First of all, I'm sorry. When a player is actually on a session, so let's say, let me go back on the session, for example. We
I can't see this. It's too small. Way too small to look at.
Through, and it's going to look for all
Yeah, everything's really small.
CS codes and everything else you need to form the business. And
Watching the whole thing, doing my little. The worst day when it comes to screen, if you want. It's pretty simple.
It's hard to say which game. 434. Thank you. 430. Man, Mr. Tex got it. 434, 33. All right.
So annoying.
Directors.
All right. Do you see it now? Jake.
Jake.
Okay. I don't know. We lost him.
Lost them.
All right. Well, let's see here. Let's see.
There's Multitron right
Looking at
here.
the guy right here. Okay. I don't know if I want to let him go. Okay.
I'm trying to find people right now.
Yeah.
Just trying to read through it all fast.
Yeah. See if we can let check back
There's
up.
a guy with.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, we're good now. We're good.
Okay, we're good. All right, I'm gonna start your timer as soon as your project is live. All right.
All right.
Start a timer for 3
Okay.
minutes. All right, you're
So-
good, bro. You got it.
Why not go there? I couldn't stream at this time. I couldn't stream. One day when I'm available, I'll probably do it.
Yeah. So we're building a.
I need to figure out how to show my camera filter with my hair while I'm on Discord.
Remotion comparator. It's like vibe code.
Oh, I could use the virtual camera on OBS as a source for my camera. We have to figure out how to do that.
Like not. It's like vibe motion design. We found that the issue with Remotion is that like Remotion is great, but it's built around the idea that like you're gonna like one shot like motion videos. Like that's not usually how it goes. Like these models are not.
Any improvement in harness? Which harness? Which one? Which harness?
They're not gonna give like a perfect result. Like the first.
Mine isn't a harness. It's not a harness. Something new? Oh, the terminal? I'm trying to get a good release for the using something new. Oh. Me? Something new? Not your product? Yeah, nothing new yet. Nothing new yet. I had some. No, I don't even want to implement or like say anything for it because it's not really. It says it exists, but it doesn't exist. But having your whole code base as a graph database using DuckDB is I'm trying to figure out what did it create. So I don't know if it's working or not. CMDB, CBD, CBM, CBM, something.
Generation.
Code base memory.
So
Yeah, something like that. Something like that. Yeah.
Still,
but not necessarily memory. It's just another form of search. But yeah, it's search and memory. We'll see. I'll have to see what it created. I created it like a week or two ago, so I don't know what happened to it.
it's still early, but like we're trying to we're making this thing called Super
Yeah. A GraphDB of my code. Yeah.
Proof, and you're gonna be able to basically make edits to you'll be able to make edits to your generation, and then it'll like adapt it across the entire video.
Okay.
All right.
This is let me play this.
Oh. Dude, this is so good.
Oh my gosh. Yo, you mind sending me that? I need to use it low key. Holy.
Yeah, we plan to start like going like beta like next week.
Wait, when did you start building this again? I'm so sorry.
When did I start building this?
Yeah.
We actually built it. We actually started building this like last week.
Wow.
Only a week ago. Only a week. Right. We always have to limit our inventions to 1 week, and that's it. So what are we making this week, guys? What are we making this week? We have 50% usage. Oh, it's my little Plinko game. My little Plinko Peggle game. That's the game.
That's crazy.
Yeah, we were building like a web version of this, but then we decided to like do a desktop.
1 week, one product, then hunt for clients. Yes.
Desktop app and like use an agent harness.
No, I think what I'm making right now. Thank you, Mr. Tech, for searching for that. Appreciate the hunting. My vision, guys, for my Plinko game, it's like this, right? Like every person will be able to like every person will be able to have their ball shot out like this. Why is there music? Something like this, guys. Something like this. I want it like very ADHD heavy. We want some blinking lights, free balls, weak. Wow. I mean, man, this is like a 20-year-old game, but my gosh. I like the heck out of it. It's like this, and then Peglin. I like it though. I like it. I like the balls jumping up.
Ladies and gentlemen, to the greatest game of
Like
all
balls jumping.
time. That's right, it's Peglin, baby. Peglin is a Peggle-like
Let's see.
roguelike. Although I'll make it easier and actually throw it the
It's just the ball bouncing, 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 bouncing points. Get points, bounce, 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 bounce. Boom, bing, bong, boom.
And reloading, I imagine it's going to be enough to
But maybe not fighting characters, but I want balls. I want balls. Guys, I want balls. The balls will be make it fun. But it right now, let me see where it is at. Is the game ready and deployed? I want it to be auto playing the whole time. And I want to make sure there's like blinking, you know, animation showing that like the scores and number go up, and you know, pure slot machine feeling. Give chat user option to use point for low gravity, wave to move all, etc. All right. Let's see. Give chat user option to point. Yeah. There's a drop. I think they have the ability to drop at a number. They need to be able to play right now and drop the ball in any location or shoot the ball in any location, in any angle. But we need to make it really easy for viewers to play. Not only spawnable, but also change the board. Oh, we also need the ability to change biome, board, and power of the ball and ball type, similar to Penguin. But we really need to make this a really one command type, really simple, really easy for viewers to understand, like a 5-year-old could play. Yeah, this sounds about right. Yeah, because right now, I don't think, like, I don't even see it. Let's see. It's hard to see because of the background. Just chat, you're in automatically. It says zero playing. Oh my gosh. It says currently it says 0 are playing, but there are a bunch of people chatting. But no balls are going down. And a Goku theme, sure. Add a Dragon Ball Z theme too, with Dragon Balls. Heck, find out all the top animes and add ball versions of them too. I don't know. We'll just we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. I think it's gonna be. It looks bad right now. The polished assets aren't added yet. Oh no no no. Oh no. Let's see what we could do. Yeah, it's definitely needs the assets. Without the assets, it looks pretty bad. Definitely pretty bad. Yeah, I don't even know what these balls are. What kind of balls are these? They should probably be like symmetrical ones. I already have like a bunch that I could reference. It didn't need to generate these type of assets, but it just did. All right, did we miss anything from the schedule? We forgot the Reddit karma farming. Oh, and GeoGuessr. Wait, should I wait for Josh for the GeoGuessr? I'm not sure he's coming. I'm not sure he's coming at all today, so we should probably just do it. Do the daily? The daily we have to do for tomorrow. Carter might be coming in tomorrow. Man, we haven't done a Scala draw. What to teach for a Scala draw, guys? I don't even know. Okay, anything news? Okay, we have GeoGuessr here. We won chess game. Maybe Droid app. But mainly fixing the game, guys. Fixing the game. What are we not doing, and why does the game look like as it does right now? I think it wasn't deployed. Oh, it wasn't authenticated. That's why I couldn't deploy as well. And we have some image assets. What do they look like? Orb sheet view. Let's look. All right. Hey, that looks pretty good. That looks pretty good. It went from this to this. That's pretty good, guys. That's pretty good. All right, what's the next one? Oh, it's balls. That's sigmashake.com. Oh yeah. Yeah. All right, what's this one? Or wait, no, we have to go to the sheet view. Sheet. Josh collab? Is he online? I think what do you call it? He has some of his work to attend to right now, so he can't do it. All right, that doesn't look right at all. That did not look right at all. All right, let's see what balls. Oh, not yet. Not yet. Oh, all right. YouTube videos. Oh, I think we're almost migrated. We can almost migrate to this. I'm thinking, is there anything else? List sessions. List sessions, man. The list sessions does not look right at all. This does not look right. When I list sessions, I want to see a preview. All right, let me add that feature. That's what I was missing, guys. That's what I was missing. In SSG terminal, when I select list manage sessions, I need to see a preview of the terminal session before selecting it. When I hover, select it. That way I know if the session is what I wanted. That way I know the session is what I wanted. All right. All right, so what else? To Tmux, we got blinking. Oh, there is a bug with the blinking awaiting attention. It seems to do it all the time. Like, it should only appear and blink and not show the attention component. Only the session tab should be blinking. And it should only be blinking if the prompt needs attention, like it needs input for something. All right. Do that. Sigma balls. Okay. Anime ball skins. How far do you want me to lean into the franchises? Original, no names. Yes. Drop the ball in any location or shoot at any angle. How far should aiming go? There should be like a play hard. Shoot angle 45 power. Play 42 hard, keeps existing integer, drop position lattice, adds power tier, smallest row of change. Easy to say in chat. I think power angles good, I guess. I could do specific. But I want there to be some randomness. But hey, if they want precision, okay, fine. What should the single viewer command be? Balls. Everybody has to type in balls, guys. Balls and unmistakable in a busy chat. But 2 syllables more to type every turn. Play. Drop does everything. Balls. Yeah, let's just go with the balls, guys. Let's go with balls. Given deploy is blocked on your Cloudflare login. Play auto join plus bot periodically inviting chat to play directly attacks the 0 player problem. Okay. Blinking. Okay, we want the blinking. The biome. Biome. Do we need biome? No, we just need ball type picker. All right. Cloudflare login is unblocked. You are logged in. All right. Balls. I think, yeah, we're missing the game assets, guys. We need to figure out what other peg assets. We need peg assets. Let's go to this, actually. We now need peg game assets for the unique peg types. They should be similar to the game Peggle and Peglin. So they should be like square shaped, dynamic shaped to make fun designs. All right, let's do that. All right, what's the next one? What's the next one? Oh, we didn't get to listen to what the last thing he did. What Josh do last time? Oh, he did the GeoGuessr. He did the GeoGuessr, or did he not do the GeoGuessr? Did he do it? No? Something happened. Something happened, guys. He just played checker all day, guys. That's the meta? Checkers? Alright, guys. We're going to have to create a 1v1 PvP game. What do you think? Maybe we hold off. We'll hold off on the thingy until... Yeah, we hold off on GeoGuessr until maybe Josh comes back from his work or something. But yeah, we need a 1v1 game. 1v1. You know the best 1v1 game I liked playing as a kid was Yu-Gi-Oh! Yu-Gi-Oh! Where you could have a bunch of different combinations of cards to play against each other. But what's this? YRG Codeverse. Definitely a 1v1 like Josh did. Yeah, something interesting. Yeah, something interesting. What is this game? Oh, we make a Pokemon game, guys. What is this? This is a Pokemon Roblox game. What the heck is this? Cobbleverse. It's literally a Pokemon Minecraft game. Cobblemon. Cobblemon. Oh my gosh, this game is popping off. This vibe coded, most likely game. What's this? What if you wanted a live Cobbleverse? What is this? It even has a wiki. Oh, yeah. But it actually uses the IP of something. Okay. All right. I have to stay quiet for a bit. But let's figure out what to watch. Also have a thing in an hour. What was the other content that we had earlier? AI. Learning is cool. AI control problem. Are they cooking? Are they cooking, guys? Oh, they talk about... Oh.
Which expands beyond code generation.
Whoa. Agentic coding, agentic engineering. Okay, we're right here. We're right here, guys. System delegated agency. Human agency. That makes sense. Oh, let's see what they have on vibe coding.
Vibe coding. And this is where developers increasingly define...
You counted your birthday expense. I could have bought Claude 20x plan for you. Oh no. Oh no.
Or describe intent.
You could have just said I didn't want a birthday party. I just wanted a Claude Code 20x max subscription.
In natural
for a year. You should have said for a year.
Language and iteratively shape the outcomes rather than manually writing every line themselves. The focus shifts from precise implementation to creative direction and rapid experimentation. Further still is agentic coding. And so this one is where systems can autonomously plan tasks, use tools, write and execute code, debug failures, and iterate toward a goal with limited supervision. And finally, we have agentic engineering, which expands beyond code generation entirely. Here, engineers are not just building software, but describing environments and designing them in which autonomous systems can reason, coordinate, evaluate outcomes, and adapt dynamically under constraints. The important thing is that these are not rigid categories. They represent a gradual shift in abstraction from directly programming behavior to increasingly orchestrating intelligence. These terms actually bleed into one another. Teams often start with vibe coding to prototype ideas quickly, and then evolve toward agentic coding and ultimately agentic engineering as the stakes and complexity increase. Instead of treating AI as just a coding assistant, agentic engineering treats AI systems as collaborators, capable of handling multi-step workflows under human supervision. The engineer increasingly becomes someone who orchestrates the system rather than manually executing every task themselves. And importantly, this is not about removing humans from the loop. In fact, one of the biggest misconceptions around agentic systems is the idea that they eliminate the need for engineering expertise. In reality, the opposite may be true. As these systems become more autonomous, the value of human oversight actually increases. Because now engineers are responsible not only for writing code, but also for ensuring reliability across probabilistic workflows. Perhaps this means fostering a culture that encourages experimentation while maintaining accountability. Meaning, agentic systems should accelerate development, not replace software engineering expertise. The developer community understandably has some mixed reactions to this shift. Some folks are embracing this as an opportunity to pursue more thought-provoking and fulfilling work, but others are skeptical. And honestly, that skepticism makes sense. Traditional software systems fail in relatively predictable ways. If you think about it, if there's a bug, you can often trace it directly to a faulty condition, state transition, or implementation detail. Agentic systems are different. Because these systems operate probabilistically, they can appear correct while still making flawed decisions underneath the surface. They can hallucinate, they can misunderstand intent, misuse tools, or generate technically valid but architecturally poor solutions. That's why the central challenges in agentic engineering are to orchestrate and verify. The engineering bottleneck starts moving away from writing every line manually and towards supervising, constraining, and evaluating increasingly autonomous systems. And this also explains why vibe coding becomes problematic at scale. Vibe coding works extremely well for rapid experimentation and prototyping. But without strong engineering discipline, these workflows can also create technical debt very quickly. AI-generated code that lacks structure, testing, or architectural consistency can become difficult to maintain over time. And this is where I think the phrase agentic engineering becomes useful, because it emphasizes there's still engineering happening. This isn't about replacing software engineering.
They have like a transcript here, and then let's see, they record themselves. But the whiteboard, the smart whiteboard, I think. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see.
As a whole, but rather expanding it into a new abstraction layer. Agentic engineering changes what engineers spend most of their time engineering. And you may be wondering, what's next on the spectrum we looked at earlier? As the landscape of AI-assisted software development continues to evolve, its terminology will likely also continue to shift. While agentic engineering provides a more mature and accurate framing for how developers collaborate with autonomous systems today, the practices behind it will continue to advance as AI agents become more capable. At the same time, the role of developers will evolve from simply writing code to designing it,
That's possible.
to shaping the behavior of these AI systems, and also supervising them. If you're feeling unsure about where to begin, start small. Start by using these tools in your current workflow. Pay attention to where they help and where they break, then build from there. But let's not forget to resist substituting automation for understanding and quality. If you enjoyed this video, make sure to like and subscribe, and let me know in the comments below what AI topic.
She does it. Like and subscribe. Let's see what other. Self-improving AI agents. This is an actual course.
Welcome everyone to fall quarter and welcome to CS329A. I hope you made it to the right class. This class is on self-improving AI agents. Anyone made it to the right class here? Yes? Yes? Okay. How many of you are here and doing masters at Stanford? Okay. PhD? Okay. Few of you, and then undergrad? Okay. So masters is the big crowd here. Okay,
There's a good balance. Yeah.
It's a really good balance. So we'll introduce ourselves. So I'm Akansha. I have been working in large language models for a while, and I'm adjunct professor at Stanford, and I'm also in research at a startup called Reflection AI.
Hi, I'm Azalia Mir Hosseini. I'm an assistant professor in the CS department, and Akanksha and I met each other when we were at Google Brain, yeah, back in the day, and then Google DeepMind. And I also worked on Claude at Anthropic and Gemini at Google DeepMind, and we are so excited to teach this course again. This is the second time we're teaching. Of course, we have made some updates both to the lectures and also the way we are kind of conducting everything during for the course, and we were just so amazed by the amount of interest for people to join this course. So we are excited to have you here.
The course website is at cs329a.
I should. Professor Sigma, Dr. Sigma. Let me see if that's taken.
Stanford.edu. We have updated the website in terms of all the lecture materials and the papers that you'll be reading, as well as what's the homework schedule to expect, the project proposal and project structures as well. So in today's lecture, we'll start with an overview of large language models, just how the scaling trends have evolved over the last 5 years, and then we'll focus more on what we will cover in this class. And then from there, in the second half of this lecture, we'll cover the course logistics, and that part you should pay a lot of attention to because that influences your grades. So let's take a look at an overview of the trends for large language models. So one of the aspects that has been mind-blowing since GPT-3 came out is that as you scale up the number of parameters in a model, they get better. And what this means is that language models like BERT and T5 were good, but as we increased the number of parameters, they got really better. They perform much better. And what this led to is something called a scaling loss for large language models, which are used in building the base model for the pre-trained base model. And as you increase the amount of compute, so there are 3 graphs here, as you increase the amount of compute on the x-axis, the loss function on the y-axis goes down, and the more compute you have put in, the more the test loss goes down, which leads to a better model. So that was one big aspect that led to GPT-3 and then all the subsequent ChatGPT, Palm, Gemini, and so on. And then similarly, as you increase the data set size on x-axis, the test loss goes down further on y-axis. So that's another aspect of another axis of scaling that leads to better language models. And the third one is of course parameter count. So if you increase the number of layers in a transformer or the amount of parameters that are there in the language model, that improves the loss.
Oh, what is she doing with the mic?
Leads to a better model. And this has been the foundation for a lot of this has been the foundation for a long time until last year, where this was starting to hit some kind of a saturation point. So from 2018 to almost 2024, this graph is a little bit outdated, but from 2018 to 2024, as the model size has gone up, almost consistently, we have been increasing the size of the model. So you started with something like BERT was 340 million parameters.
Sounds a bit annoying. Gonna change. That was bad. That was really bad. What's going on with that sound? Oh, they're already on part 4. 4 parts. Never mind. That thing's long. 8, 9 parts all in one go. Holy moly. Never mind. Never mind. Dread? Dread dropped something. Oh, we saw that. We saw that. Wes. I guess Prime and Wes.
So I was surfing on the old Twitters, and I saw this tweet said, wrote a practical introduction to SimD using real examples from Ghosty. And I thought, hey, that's pretty cool. But here's the thing, is that often my projects, I don't really feel like need SimD anywhere. In fact, I took a flame graph of the game I'm making, and only 0.83% of the entire time, I'm actually in the update function. I don't really feel like I have a huge need, to learn the old SimDs. Well, whatever. Hey, cool post, though. But then the next day, this got posted. My SimD post was on Hacker News, and the general hostility towards understanding how computers work and owning your own outcomes is really depressing. A large amount of people seem to simply have the attitude that they hope someone else will pay their bills for them. It can't be that bad, right? The vast majority of developers have zero need for learning SimD. Why mislead them and make them feel like to be a real developer, you have to know it? What? So, an article about SimD is making people feel like, what am I reading? So obviously at this point, I had to go and actually learn SimD because, whether you like this or not, I've never actually used SimD in any sort of practical use case. I've understood what it was. I've called functions that have been SimD'd themselves. I have just never personally hand wrote anything to do with it. So I thought, hey, given the fact that Hacker News hates it, I probably need to give this a shot and learn about it. So today you're going to A, have to learn about it, but B, we got some hot takes, okay? So I got to talk about this whole thing because honestly, why are you misleading them, Mitchell? Also, just in case anyone's wondering, I'm not going to make the joke that everybody thinks I'm going to make involving SimD, okay? Not going to happen. And I'd also like to say thank you to the sponsors. Vibe coders, silence. Someone who's worked in enterprise is speaking. Simple O. Honestly, it would be really good the more people know when programming, right? I don't think anyone should ever argue that. Everybody should try and attempt to know as much as possible so they can make the best quality software out there. And so when someone says, hey, everybody should know this, it's like, okay, I mean, maybe I should know this. But instead, people were genuinely upset about that. Good article, but I wouldn't start off with a bold sentence such as SimD can be simple to understand. And there you go. That's the second big one. People hate the fact that he calls it simple. Just read the article, though. SimD has a reputation for being complex. I've met many a good software engineers who dismiss it as something too complex to learn or a niche optimization meant only for the highest performance software, not useful in everyday programming. I think that's wrong. SimD can be simple to understand. And there's a lot of versions of that comment. It was all over Twitter as well. Like, how could you say that everybody should know something? Or how could you say it was easy or simple to understand? It's complex. And it's funny because by saying it that way, his first line was, in fact, kind of made obvious. So me, who's never really understood what SimD was, I figured, you know what? Why don't I learn what SimD is? Why don't I give it a try, come up with a quick problem, and see if I can make something disproportionately faster, and then I can judge. Is SimD difficult? Is it some magical beast, or really was that all that bad at all? All right, so let's go to the whiteboard. Oh, gosh. Oh, Dario, stop doing that, Dario. Don't do that. Okay, here, hold on. That's the wrong one. So I thought, what could be a good SimD project? Well, SimD, you want to do some action that you need to do over a long for loop, but you have to do like the same comparison a bunch or some same operation over and over again. At least that's what I thought in my head. So I thought, okay, a good project would probably be, I have these long log files that I want to be able to find the individual logs out, and I want to be able to go over this whole list. And you just generally have to keep doing this over and over and over again. And it doesn't really matter how long this line is. It just matters that, yes, we just have to do this over and over again up until the, /n. And again, I'm not going to make the joke that everybody thinks I'm going to make. So I figured I would just create a program that would find each one of these new lines and be able to parse out this delicious JSON. I dropped the actual parsing of JSON, but instead just looked for the new lines because I wanted to see how much faster could I make the new line looking. Next, I actually had to learn what SimD was. In the most simple sense, effectively, you can operate, instead of on a singular value, say X, you operate on a vector, right? So pretend you have a vector of X, Y, Z, you could operate on all of these at once. Let's just say you wanted to compare, say, finding a new line. Well, what I'd have to do is I'd have to load up a vector with 3 new lines, kind of like my example, and then in one single CPU operation. Now, this is not a single CPU cycle. CPUs are like magic to me. I have no idea what's going on underneath there. But I'm just going to call it an operation. A single operation can compare this vector to this new line, and then it can produce out for you a new vector that's going to say, hey, this is the new lines. No new line in the first position. There was a new line in the second position. There was no new line in the third position. So I can actually take that and go, okay, was there a new line? Oh, there was. That means I need to find out where the new line was within my vector, and then I can return that. And that's because SIMD literally stands for single instruction, multiple data. And you can see that right here. You can see the fact that I have multiple data and I'm doing a single instruction. Are these equal? So I didn't really know how to do that, but I just followed exactly what was inside the blog post. First, I have to create the constants and initialize any vector stuff. I have to loop over the input one vector chunk at a time. I perform the comparison. I reduce it down to something that I can actually use. And then I just handle the remaining bits at the very, very end. That actually feels, well, pretty straightforward. So this is the naive implementation. This is how I would have implemented it if I did not use SIMD. I'm going to go over the entire data starting at some point, and I'm going to go and just say, hey, are you a new line? If you are, then this is the spot. Else I say, hey, no new line found. The end. This is your very classic index of approach. Then, of course, I just created something to look for all the new lines and just go over all of them. I'm sure there's a better way of testing the code. This was good enough for me. And when I had run the program, as you can see here, it would take about 1.54 seconds. Okay, not that long. And this is the SIMD version. Yes, it is a lot larger. It's a little bit more tedious to do, but when you break it down into the 5 steps, it's actually pretty simple. Step 1, the broadcast part. Broadcast just means I need to create that constant. Remember how I talked about this new line constant? Well, I do it right here. I go, okay, I need to create effectively a byte array that's lanes big. Lanes in this case is how many bytes can I fit in my SIMD operations. SIMD, it turns out to be kind of CPU dependent. My CPU can do 256 bits of SIMD operations, so I can do effectively 16 of them at a time if they're byte wide, meaning they're 8 bits wide. So this is my little array, 16 8-bit items. Then I just simply create 16 new line bytes. And whatever value that is, I think it's hex A. Hex A, new line. Okay, I'm a genius. Actual genius of useless information, of course. Number 2, instead of iterating, say, 1 byte at a time, I iterate lanes byte at a time. Lanes, of course, is how big my SIMD operation is. In this particular case, it's 16. So I'm doing 16 bytes at a time instead of 1 byte at a time. From there, I actually just create my little value array. I just slice off 16 bytes from my array and go, okay, you are now a SIMD vector. From there, I just simply see, are these equal? I take all my new lines and compare it to all my values in like one single operation. Instead of doing that little tight for loop, it's just, I'm doing 16 operations at once. It's kind of cool. Extract most significant bits just really checks for any values that has a 1 in it, since all my values should equal 0 if there's no new lines. If there is a new lines, one of them will equal a 1. It will grab out that most significant bit. And by doing a cardinality check, if it's not 0, if they're not all zeros, then I have at least 1 1. Then I need to go there and find that 1 1. Then I have to manually go through my little SIMD vector and I have to go, okay, which one of you are 1? And then the first one I find, that's where the new line is. If I don't find a new line, I just add lanes to the end of end. So I'm just incrementing it 16 at a time. So at the very end, you have to do this, which is kind of funny. It's called the scalar tail, which makes a lot of sense if you think about it. Let's just say you have 7 bytes remaining. Well, you can't create something that's 16 long from 7 bytes. Okay, so then instead I have to just manually walk the remaining 7. And by doing it that way, if I simply just run this, you can see it's like massively faster. And so yes, am I going to be using SIMD anytime soon? Probably not. I have virtually no problems with performance inside the game I'm making, but now I kind of know the shape I need to have. And now I see why I'm going to want to use structure of arrays versus array of structures, because there is a huge possibility I could have some mega wins and some future performance optimizations. And honestly, it kind of feels cool. I have to say, it does feel kind of neat. So should everybody know about SIMD? Yeah, why not? It took me an hour to go really learn everything and program up an example and debug it a little bit. Not that bad. You can do, ChatGPT can tell you all about what you need to do. It's actually pretty straightforward. You can ask infinity questions. At the end of the day, which one would you rather have? maybe a little too much knowledge that you don't often use or don't need to use, and you just simply kind of disregard it, but you have it kind of floating in the back of your head, like Dijkstra's shortest algorithm, just floating in the back of my head, okay? Priority queue. Or would you rather be this guy? The vast majority of developers have zero need for learning SIMD. Why mislead them? At the end of the day, I'd rather work with the person that wants to know more. I'd rather be the person that wants to know more. And if I never use SIMD and knowing this was completely useless throughout my entire life, I'm happy I know it. The name is, did you know that Go 1.6 right here, as you can see right here, new experimental SIMD, Arch SIMD package. Did you know that Go now has SIMD support? Obviously, you know what that means, right? That means we can SIMD's nuts on
He
your
did
face
it.
again.
He did it. He did it. SIMD's nuts. Huh? Oh.
So Noam Brown of OpenAI posted this late last night. Why is this not on the front page of everything? I will never understand. There's so much happening here, it's hard to know where to start. As Noam puts it, we believe it will be a major step for scientific reasoning, and that's the understatement of the year. They've listed 10 things that a brand new, unreleased OpenAI model, some proofs that it did. And these proofs, they're not on little problems that are not really impactful. These proofs are on long-standing problems that humanity as a whole has been stuck on for sometimes 10 years, sometimes 50 years. So all these represent open problems where humanity was stuck on them for decades without any progress. This OpenAI model is presented with some of these problems, and it's just like, yeah, no problem. Here's some solutions for you. Did it cost billions of dollars to produce? No, this whole thing cost $2,000. Some of these proofs have to do with, for example, high dimensional sphere packing, which directly impacts things like 5G, how we communicate between devices. And this thing also found non-Sophic groups. Pretty sure this is pronounced Sophic. I apologize if that's not the case. We'll cover what that means in just a little bit, but I'm sure there's some mathematicians that are very bummed out about this. But before we continue, here's one thing that I think is important to think about. This reality's laws are written in math. In fact, some very smart people in this AI space believe that this might be a computational universe, meaning that math would be kind of at the core of everything, and everything can be expressed and understood and calculated in math, everything in the universe. But even if that's not exactly the case, certainly AI and machine learning, that's rooted in math. Our technology is rooted in math. So what happens when math can be just expressed as some price in tokens? If some new theory that helps us build faster models just costs some dollar amount of tokens, or some new energy breakthrough just costs some dollar amount of tokens that you need to run, and then you have that proof, that theorem, whatever. What happens if we can just buy more understanding of math? How does the world change? What exactly is on the other side of that wall? But let's kind of look at what they found, at least a few of these. Some of these are extremely difficult to grasp and explain. The first one is the high dimensional sphere packing. Imagine if you had spheres that you had to place inside of a box. What's the best way to fit the most spheres inside of that box? Here's the answer. Ta-da! You just kind of stack them, and then the next sphere goes in the little crevice formed by the 4 spheres, below it. Kind of like stacking oranges at your local grocery store. Okay, so maybe you got that question right, but here's the next question. What if these are multi-dimensional oranges in a multi-dimensional space? How do you stack them then, smart guy? Well, we humans, we had some ideas about that. We had some attempts at solving it, but that solution hasn't really improved or moved in about 48 years. So that means that the world's top geniuses have not been able to move it in 48 years. All our supercomputers have not been able to move it in 48 years. That's a very important thing to understand, because supercomputers are awesome, but they can't put a dent in this thing. That's the really important to understand about all these problems. This AI isn't brute forcing them. This isn't where you run a quadrillion operations a second until you figure something out. This is not what's happening here. In fact, with a lot of these math breakthroughs, and in fact, the hacking that all the OpenAI models did, You know, that whole thing where they went rogue and hacked other companies. If you haven't heard about this, by the way, you're sleeping through a very important part of human history. Please, we need you to tune in. It's happening now. But the point is kind of what these models are doing. It's not that they're doing something that is completely foreign or alien or exotic to human sciences. More often than not, they're just pulling together different areas of studies or different disciplines, and they're finding these connections between them and sort of fusing them together. So for a lot of these, what I think you find is that there's humans in all those areas that know everything about what this thing did, but there's no human with a deep enough understanding across all of those areas to be able to pull them together to create this answer. That's actually one of the things that Demis Hassabis talked about with the offshoot from AlphaFold, the isomorphic labs where they're doing drug discovery. One of the things he talked about is how important it is to have people that have deep knowledge in different areas, right? So you might have people that are genius in the area of biology. And of course, they have people that are absolutely incredible with machine learning, but there's not that many that are absolutely incredible in both areas and are able to kind of pull between the two areas, understand, and kind of fuse certain concepts together. But that's exactly what happened in the previous OpenAI mathematical breakthrough that they did. And one of the very respected mathematicians that kind of commented on that paper, I believe she said that if you got all of the top mathematical experts from the different fields, if you put them all into a room and just had them sit there and share ideas, they would have discovered something like that. So it's more about remixing some of the already known ideas to come up with new solutions rather than finding something that's alien and new. And certainly this is new, it's just not alien math. It's existing math, but sort of combined in ways we haven't thought of. So if I understand the problem correctly, and I apologize if I don't, this is outside of my depth, but basically the idea of these multi-dimensional oranges, the reason that they're kind of important for the real world is because we kind of send information in similar ways. So we can think of sending bits of data as coordinates on a chart or in one dimension, right? So one bit is either going east or west, one bit is going north or south, one bit is going up and down into the 3D space, and the next one kind of going off in the fourth dimension, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But they need to have certain distances between them. They can't be too close. The closer they are, the more data we can send. We can send more data faster if we just shove them all together. So you can think of these little data points as having spheres around them. I'm going to end up drawing something inappropriate accidentally. I already feel it. The point is, this is the data that's being transferred, but the rest of the sphere is kind of the safe space. We can't send anything close to it, or it might get garbled, right? So if we have another data point here and it overlaps here, that's what creates the issue, because this overlap can create miscommunications. So it's like shouting something when there's a lot of static, you know, talking to somebody on a walkie-talkie. You're like, bring me my hat, right? And they show up and they bring you a dead rat. Because my hat and dead rat are close enough together that in the static and the noise, those things could be sort of misunderstood. So you don't want to be saying things like cat, hat, rat, etc., things that could be easily misunderstood. You want to be saying words that are not easily misunderstood when it's staticky and noisy, things like spaghetti and helicopter. But those words are longer, they have more space, they take up more space. So if you're trying to talk to somebody, using those words will slow down how fast you can talk if you have to say helicopter and spaghetti, etc. So the point of this problem is, how do we send data so it's as tightly packed together as possible without that overlap that creates miscommunication and loss of signal? So the goal with this theorem is to find the highest ceiling, how densely you can pack these things together before there's an issue. So you can think of it as kind of like this mountain, but the top of it is, you know, in the clouds, so we don't know how high it is. We can only, you know, climb up the mountain until we reach a certain point and we say, okay, the mountain is at least this high. We got here, so at least this high. We don't know how far up it goes. And so humans have been stuck here. This AI model went way higher and put its stake here. We still don't know if there's more room to climb, but it definitely progressed that forward. And the constant that it found, interestingly, was E over 2 pi per dimension that's added to it, which looks very, very clean. The other big thing that jumps out here is the model that actually did this. We've heard some rumors about this bigger model, bigger than GPT 5.6 Sol. It's the counterpart to Mythos/Fables from Anthropic. And apparently they're calling it Astra, which, by the way, it sounds like they're not sure which naming convention they're going with, but this might be GPT-6. This is Elliot Glazer. He's a set theorist and AI math benchmarker, so he led the development of frontier math. There's this expression that people sometimes use to refer to like really advanced math, and I've heard it referred to as either Russian math or Chinese math. So like if you're going to university and they're like, oh yeah, they're studying Russian math or Chinese math, it just means like it's the really high level math classes. Apparently now we have the level above that, which is AI math, and I think frontier math is a benchmark and set of data, questions and stuff like that that kind of represents that. Elliot posted this today saying that, the subreddit math, that their reaction to this Astra breakthrough was just absolutely crazy. Look at this insane front page. They, let's see, they didn't mention it. Another big breakthrough that this Astra model found is that non-Sophic groups exist. So the idea is that there might be some infinite math objects, let's say, but they can be imitated or approximated with a finite set of objects. So if you think about it, a gaming board, right? You're playing on a certain field. In reality, that field is infinite, but the idea was that we can take a limited finite board and kind of like approximate the infinite board. And there was always a way to do that. And maybe it wasn't perfect, right? So there was probably going to be some rounding error or some inaccuracy, but we would be able to approximate it always. Or a different way of thinking about it is imagine there's a deck of cards that is infinitely large. Maybe it's repeating, maybe not, but it's infinitely large. There's an infinite number of cards. Then you shuffle it, you pull out some cards. Could you approximate that with enough sort of other decks of cards, but that are not infinite? So if a finite number of decks of cards, can we approximate the infinite deck of cards? And if you can always approximate the infinite with finite with some limited set, that makes a lot of problems kind of a lot simpler. And so humans, we've tested a lot of these sets or groups of objects, and we've always found some finite subset to approximate it. So we're like, yeah, everything we've tested looks like it's all Sophic, meaning yes, it can be imitated, approximated. And then this Astra model comes around. We asked it, is that true? Is there any, things that are non-Sophic that they can't be approximated? And the OpenAI model is like, yep, here's one. So it gave a counterexample that cannot be approximated by any finite set. Okay, but let's get serious for a second. Not that this was not serious, but what does this mean? In the OpenAI blog post, they have a section here, responsibility to the mathematical community, where they tackle some of these like kind of hairy implications, hairy issues head on, because these are 10 problems that humanity as a whole, right? The best geniuses, the best supercomputers, all of our technology and learnings, we've been stuck on them for decades, sometimes 50 years, 10, 20, 30 years, whatever. All of them represented sort of like an end to our ability to understand it, or at least for a while we were stuck there, right? Maybe if we didn't have this Astra model and we just let the timeline flow for 50 more years, maybe we would have corrected. Somebody would have come along and figured something out, maybe. By the way, if this is not clear, no human mathematicians ever in the history of the world had a run like this. No one came close to publishing 10 things like this. Any one of them probably gets you a medal, gets you recognition. No one published anything like this in one lifetime. So, superhuman ability in math, let's call it that in a narrow sense, meaning that it's right now in this specific application better than a human being is. So narrowly superhuman in math for the cost of $2,000, right? So we're not talking like 100,000. That would be more like companies or wealthy individuals would be able to do it. We're talking about 2,000 for 10 of them. This is like a hobby level. I've had months where I blew through more than that in API cost. I try to keep everything in that kind of a free quota, but there's a few months and some mistakes made. So it's not out of reach for most people. So again, here's Noam Brown. So he's ex-Meta. He worked on Cicero Diplomacy AI, if you recall that one. He worked on the O series of, strawberry reasoning models, kind of like that whole era. He's still at OpenAI. His tag is at Polynomial, funnily enough. So as he says here, all 10 of these
No, not yet.
$2,000 at
Not yet.
Sol API prices. So actually, I'd love to get some more clarity on that because this wasn't Sol, this was Astra. Sounds like it's
I'm surprised they haven't done it by now because they went down a few times and they didn't do the reset. They're probably going to do it on my reset day. Will it happen? I assume it'll happen maybe tomorrow. Possibly.
a much bigger model. So it's a new class, similar to how Mythos and Fable are a new class above Opus. Astra sounds like the class that's going to be
I wonder if I got a reset on my
So Astra
GPT
means
account.
star or stars. So they didn't go with galaxy, apparently. But as Nolan Brown says here, yes, they did try with other major problems without success. Sadly, no Millennium
no
Prize
resets.
problems yet. But we didn't spend a lot on each problem. It's possible.
Should you use it all right now? Usually they did it like on new model releases, which they didn't do on GPT-5. And then they didn't do it again on when they went down for like several regions. So I'm really hesitant on Claude now on whether or not they're actually going to do it. They're not doing good, doing us justice, giving us free usage.
To push test time compute much further. And that's kind of like what I opened with, right? So if we take, dollars and we turn those dollars into, tokens, so kind of the outputs of the model, we buy tokens, and those tokens, well, they turn into math. Right? This is kind of a weird thing to think about because, for most of human history, sort of painstakingly worked through the various math problems. The human civilization as a whole, right? There's some amount of mathematical genius that we can produce every generation, right? So there's a bunch of people born every year, every decade, every generation, right? And kind of like this tiny sliver here, we're like,
Yeah.
hey, do math, and they contribute to our progress.
This is at the point where like 10 math wizards at the price of $2,000. Yes, it's crazy. How we could solve more realistic video games now.
But there's like a bottleneck there, right? What if we've approached, some wall, let's say, or some shift after which it's dollars to math? Like what lies on the other side of that? Is it business as usual? It doesn't.
We're moving on to the next dimension, guys. We're going to solve the energy problem and gravity. We're going to have gravity on Earth. Right? No gravity on Earth.
Seem that way.
Buying some home workouts? What kind of home workouts? What do you mean home workouts?
Here's Alexander Way, again, OpenAI, ex-Meta. He's from Berkeley, Harvard, so looks like he co-built Cicero with Noam Brown. I assume they work together. He's saying, it is remarkable, M-, suspicious, and it takes a moment to process, M-, how quickly the next...
Dumbbells, things which exercise in gyms. I think they always say the push-ups, standing squats are probably like the biggest ones. The dumbbells are good for the curls and the, what do you call it? Shoulder presses, But I would say 20 pounds would just be the most balanced, not for the adjustable dumbbells. Those work too.
The generation of models will accelerate.
And a yoga mat. A yoga mat helps too.
Our research and breathe new life into old problems. And that's the thing. Obviously, the progress is going to get like turbocharged, and that's a whole separate.
But everybody's got to become a Super Saiyan, both in the mind and in the vibe coding.
Separate thing that we can talk about. But the question becomes, how is this going to affect the mathematical community, the people?
The home workouts, weight training stuff. Yeah, I would say nothing too crazy because at the end of the day, you might need to move your weights to different parts, right? So you don't want to carry too much junk, right? Just limit the amount of stuff. Standing squats are probably the biggest workout anybody would do.
People that are working on these problems. Because before, a very smart human being worked for a long, long time, and hopefully if they were
Talking
smart
pad and electric
successful
table.
and kind of a lot of things fell in place, They went to
Possibly.
the right university, had the right tutors, etc., working the right problems. Well, then they created some new
I
theorem
mean, standing desk or adjustable table plus walking pad, like the bridgemind.
that helped us understand the world a little bit better.
To invest like bridgemind, I mean, he's built different. He's definitely built different. But I wouldn't doubt people would try to replicate the same thing.
At least understand math a little better. If now every new theorem is just $1 price, how does that work? And so as OpenAI is stating here, which is interesting, but I tend to agree, they're saying we believe attribution should honestly reflect how a result was produced. Claiming human authorship for a proof generated entirely by an AI system would misrepresent the system's contribution and the nature.
You saw his new video of Vibeathon? Yo, hey, yo, how's it going? Have you watched it? No. What's the link? It's a new video. It's a new video of the bridge. The bridge has a video. All right, videos. This one? This one. Why does it not show a timestamp? Oh, the 1 year? Oh, this part? Right here? Oh, you know, just browsing security keys? Okay. Oh no, he's playing the copyright songs, guys. He's playing the copyright songs, man. Yeah, he's jacked. He did the what do you call it? What do you call it? The triathlon thing. Yep. August. Wait, is that tomorrow? Oh, it just started, right? Steroids? Wait, why does it say August 3rd? Kickoff. Oh, kickoff. All right, let's check it out. Bridgemind.ai Vibeathon. Enter the Vibeathon. School. Oh. You have to be paid, guys. You have to be paid for the school for $50 a month. You gotta pay for the $50 a month Vibeathon, guys. The Vibeathon, $50 a month? I'm not sure. For a chance to win $50 for how long? By August 1st. So 1 month. You just have to be in there for 1 month, guys. Be in there for 1 month and you can participate for 15K. Wait. So in order to reach 15K, 300 members need to be in there. Buy my course. Yeah, buy my course for the Vibeathon. Yeah. I guess you could join the Discord and introduce your stuff, and that's it. Free promotion. Yeah. Guys, I'm not worried about it. Not worried about it. We could role play. We could RP. We could RP that we're in the Vibeathon. They'd be like, "Who's Sigma Shake? He's not in the Vibeathon. Why does he say he's participating in the Vibeathon?" We could do that. We could do that, guys. We could do that. Total. We could do it. We could do it, guys. Bridge. Vibeathon. Vibeathon. Bridge Vibeathon what? POV. Winners. POV. We're copying Josh, guys. We're copying Josh. Guys. Except, see, we don't say Bridgemind. We just say Bridges. Bridges Vibeathon. Winners POV. We add some Bridgemind, not Bridgemind AI. Free subs. Winners POV, guys. Copy the title. Oh yeah, we need copy the title, Mr. Professor. Where's Mr. Professor? Oh, Mr. Oh no. No, we don't have it. We don't have it. We could role play, guys. We could role play that we're participating. We didn't pay for it, guys. We didn't pay for it. but we could role play. There's nothing wrong with a little role play, right? Right? Right, this is old. Professor L. Yes, Professor S, guys. Professor S. Let's do that. Professor S. Guys, we really need our little, what do you call it? We need our pachinko game to pop off. Also, I need to take a break. Let me check. Let's see here. Yeah, so we don't have anything here. Why is this not prompting me? Let's see here. Sign in dark. What's this? What's this? Wrist up brow. Yeah, I don't know why that's next. But you need to create the story stuff so that he will read and pick you up so that you will put it in the story. What story? What story? The story? What story stuff? What story stuff? Wait for August 7th? Oh my gosh. Do not wait for Codex. Just proceed without Codex reviews. Man, I'm glad it's able to say Codex and not with the X and not a C. Balls. Alright, what's this? Is now viewable for players. Open dashboard and press start. I wonder if this is gonna be like start big game. 403 failed. What? This is starting to remind me of, what do you call it? Marbles on marbles, yeah. Maybe we should have made it like marbles, but 2D. Start big game, close lobby. We should be able to play, guys. What the heck? Also, all right, sprite design. I don't think these would stack together properly when they're put next to each other. We need some with no curved rounded edges because they will be stacked flush next to each other. I mean, these are looking better. These are looking way better for the what do you call it? The tiles of the game. It's looking good. It's looking good. It's looking like Bejeweled. Or what's that game called? Jelly Bean, Candy Crush. Candy Crush. It's like Candy Crush almost. These things are good. So it just needs to have no rounded edges, then stacked on each other. And then we need to figure out the audio cues, the audio sounds. I think we have some integration with 11 Labs, but I haven't connected to 11 Labs in like forever to create sound effects. Tech, what was the link? Let me see. Let's see, I'm developing my game for software for over 16 years and I'm on steroids now. I'm vibe coding. Guys, my story, Drip AI started in a Discord server. Given what you have open right now, two 70-year-olds from Houston. Oh, so you just have to write a story They built the first version in 3 weeks during summer break. Alright guys, we gotta keep vibe coding until we're able to flesh out something in 1 week. Guys, I read it. We're not totally complete yet until, okay, no rounded edges. Good, we got this. We'll pick it up. Yeah, something corny. I'll be like, yeah, I was in my basement and then I grew Goku hair. And they'll just show me. I kept doing push-ups till I became a Super Saiyan. something like that, guys. Something like that. Alright, perfect. Now I need this to be added to a zip. And I need there to be like, what, 3 phases? 5 phases for each tile as the cracks get bigger and bigger. So each image needs to have like some progression every time they're hit. It's looking good though. Definitely looking good. Right. Update each tile to create a pack. Create a progression. For each hit of that tile until it breaks. It will need cracks. Doing vibe coding underground in Silicon Valley. Yes. It will need cracks. It will need to show progression of cracks getting bigger until destroyed. The pegs also need to be more rectangular shaped, not a perfect cube. They should be stacked on the support. You have to make it easy to create tile maps or create a whole tile map sprite sheet that will be used for the game. Yeah, I wonder if it's gonna figure that out. We do have to create a title map. I guess we need to have eyes on his channel for that stream. Yeah. There's gonna be, man, my plan ideally was to be able to listen on somebody else's of Twitch chat and read the messages and see and analyze when things are happening. But it's hard when there's a delay. Man, it is hot. It is hot. Yeah, I wonder if this... Oh, I don't think it works yet. Listening to somebody else's chat, combining them into one. Yeah, there'd just be too much request and delay. This one's still working on making the projects better. We'll add this pegs. Oh, we didn't get to create animations either. Oh no. We don't have animations. Yeah. When did this game come out? What do you guys think? When did this game come out? This Cobble game. The XQC Pokemon. It's like you could just jack IP now and bake it into your game. I mean, has Pokemon always been like that? Sort of? Kind of? I guess people haven't been sued for it, I guess. I'd be a little bit concerned automatically just taking somebody's IP, using it in your custom modded game. But it's open source? Sort of? This doesn't seem right though. Like, why would they take an existing IP and label it as their own, maybe? Oh, it created, guys. Whew. Nice. Alright, good. Tile map. Alright, perfect. Can you describe how to extract this tile map? Oh, why is it creating an image? Do not generate another image. Just give instructions how to extract tile map the image. Will it still generate another image? Right, here's a title map. Cop. Inspecting dimensions. Right. Polish the tile assets to use this tile map. Here are the instructions to extract. Right, added that. So that takes care of the tiles images and assets. Now we just need like the animations and sound. I guess we could use, what's it called? 11 Labs. I mean, we do have some sounds already that I got from Pixbay, but I'm not sure if those images will be good enough, or those sounds will be good enough. So let's try to, yeah, what the heck is all this, guys? What do all these icons mean? Where is it? We need sound effects. We need sound effects, guys. Sounds. We don't want agents. Voices? We need sounds. Sound effects. Create sound effects. 11 Labs. Select sound effects from the left menu. Okay, replay sound effects from the main menu. Sound effects from the main menu. Where is it? Sound effects. Sound effects. Oh man, I really have to fix that too. We can generate custom sound effects directly from text descriptions using our sound effects tool. Sound effects in the playground. Playground. Where's playground? Come on, man. Tell me how to use your product, man. API Playground. 11 Lab agents. Voices. Test tools. Creative. Studio. Sound effects. There it is. Okay. Okay, we got it. We found it. Booms.
11 labs. 11 labs.
What?
11 labs.
Why does it keep saying 11 labs?
11 labs.
Why does it do that? Why does it do that? Alright, we have an API key, most likely. And is it hot? It's hot. If the peg is a consumer in contact, what should the columns drive? Pop animation. Real multi-hit breaks. 1 hit. 2 hit. Destroyed. Hit 0, 1, 2, 3, gone. Both animation now, durability later. But a peg is consumed on 1 contact. What should the columns drive? Real multi-hit bricks, this one. Which sheet row should the 4 real pegs use? All. 4 color match. What about the 4 leftover rows? Ship as biome sets. Sure. Fine, we'll do that. We can't work on sounds at the same time. We're gonna have to wait before we implement sounds. Ugh. Alright. Just a heads up, guys. I'll be stepping away in like less than 30 minutes. And we'll need to figure out what other stuff to do in the meantime while I'm away. For 30 minutes or so. Yeah, probably 30 minutes. Yeah, people are playing Cobbleverse. Cobbleverse. How many dudes? Oh. How many dudes? I like that game, How Many Dudes. How Many Dudes is more like... It's a game that recently came out, but it has a good, like, Gamba mechanic. Because you could say, like, who's gonna win? 1 ape or 100 dudes? And then you get to vote. You get to vote. Ideally, we could do that too. But, like, you make your own... It's just an auto battler simulation game. And your dudes fight the enemies that spawn in waves.
Troopers.
Yeah, this would have been good.
We found pocket dice. I wonder if that's a one-time use on reroll.
Possibly.
That's a huge goose.
Yeah, it is good, yeah. Yeah, we should have that. It's like you can constantly keep playing or watching who could beat what. 1 gorilla or 100 dudes. Alright, that's the next game. That's game number 2. Game number 2. We'll make that on the side too. How much usage do I have? My usage expires or renews in Wednesday morning, so I definitely need to use it all by today in terms of usage. Isn't it possible like your current display game becomes like that? The more XP I get, the more powerful you are in game? Yeah, that's true. You mean the VCS? That is possible. It's more like an RP role-playing game, but this other one is more like who will win, 100 something or 100 Or this. Yeah, you're right. I could. VCS already has that functionality. Let's see. You're right. You're absolutely right, because I have a bunch of characters that are pre-made in LCS. We need to make a new game type in VCS where people could vote who would win this side or another side in a 1v1 battle royale. Similar to the meme, 1 ape, 1 silver back gorilla versus 100 humans. We need to have several game types like this and utilize all the LCS game assets that we've downloaded, because we have goblins, we have boars, we have all sorts of different faces and heads, and ogres. And if we don't have any of them, we could download the LCS assets on GitHub somewhere. And then you could do it either barefisted or with weapons. And it would autoplay the whole time and should replace the VCS game type. By default, support autoplay. All right, we'll add that. We'll add that. Let's see. Let's set and forget and see what we'll get. We'll get from there. I thought we rewrote LCS, but it didn't rewrite VCS, because I wanted to stop seeing those corrupted knights, big dudes on screen. I thought we did a complete rewrite. It didn't do the complete rewrite. Oh. But it, yeah, it has different creatures. A 100 dudes. And then balls. Did it complete it? What landed? Extracted, reproducible. Let me see. If no one's typing commands for balls, they should just autoplay automatically when they type. Also, utilize 11 Labs API to generate sounds for the gameplay animations for the game. The key is in Vault. I currently do not see the game playing. There's no balls dropping. There should always be balls dropping at all times. It should not show an empty screen with just Sigma balls. Oh, it updated. Oh, what's this? Is it falling? I don't see the balls falling. Oh, well, at least it replaced the assets, which is good. But the patterns look really, really weird. And no one's... Yeah, ball should always be falling all the time. There shouldn't be a moment where balls aren't falling. Yeah, it should be like that. And the defeat portion, it's also showing like a defeat and doing nothing for a long time. I did a mono for that. Yep. On air health, I think that's okay. Man, it's hot. It's hot, guys. It's hot. Gotta drink. Gotta drink. Alright, gotta figure out what I'm gonna show for the next potentially 1 hour, maybe. What's this? Nexa hits 1,000. Oh my. They are. Alright, we're in the AI tab. We still haven't found anything. Big companies are hiring again. Take a closer look. That's 4 days ago. Old news. I think it's time to stop. Okay. We could try this one when I'm away. Oh. Actually, another one. We have two. Two Theos. What else? What else? What else? Oh, no. I thought that was going to be one. Man, we really have to hunt. Ah, here it is. Oh, this is only 11 minutes, though. Man, we really got to hunt. Really got to hunt. For videos, don't we? Oh. How bespoke faked AI until it actually worked. What? Man, we have to do this. What? What else? All right. Oops. All right, I'm debating whether to add. Let's just add it to the watch later. Save the watch later first. Then we save this one to watch later. Then we save this one to watch later. Oh, it's not fully transparent background too.
Sadly, coming to an end for this trip. We had an amazing Founder University for 3 days here with our partner Jetro, and that is our second cohort. Good news. We're going to do a third cohort in January. If
Background
you would like
needs
to
to
be
be
part of Founder
transparent too.
University in January, we're going to
Autoplay,
open up
it
the
autoplays, it
applications
autoplays.
on the 1st of September at founder.university. You can apply. And then we also had Angel University here in Tokyo at Jetro's special meeting space. And this time, I think we had close to 20 angel investors. The angel investor community is growing here in Japan as the number of startups grow and the opportunity grows. And as part of this, we have Founder University here. We have Angel University here. And I like to tape a couple of episodes of This Week in Startups while I'm here for the English version of This Week in Startups. But I'm considering trying to find a host and a partner to do This Week in Startups Japan. the Japanese version, and maybe even to cover some of the other great startup centers around Japan. And as part of that, I asked my team to research some of the great founders. And today, I'm very happy we have Akemi Soagala, and she is the founder of Bespoke, and she has
Bespoke was
three
fake
very
this whole
interesting
time.
businesses here in Japan working on workers coming here in Japan, where there is a labor shortage. Yes?
Yep.
So welcome to This Week in Startup.
I don't know. She sounds like a scammer to me. Faked the startup for 1 year until it worked out. I'm not sure, man. All right, maybe let's go back. Let's go to our watch later first. Watch later. We're not. I mean, those are some tactics. I don't endorse those tactics, though.
The compute situation for the Today I want to talk about what the compute situation for the labs will look like over the next few years. For the last 3 consecutive years, Anthropic's revenue has 10x year over year. And it's likely to do so again this year. So they ended last year with $9 billion in revenue. I think they'll probably end this year with somewhere between $100 billion to $150 billion in revenue. Now, for this trend to continue, Anthropic would need to make $1 trillion in revenue by the end of next year.
Damn.
Of course, there's no deep reason why this has to be true. It's a very wild conclusion, and it's ultimately a question of AI capabilities. Does AI get that useful by the end of next year? But suppose the trend does continue. Well, I want to think through what happens in that world. Now, the other big trend in AI is that lab compute only 3x's year over year. For a lab to keep 10xing revenue year over year while compute only 3x's, one of the following 3 things needs to happen, or some combination of the 3 needs to happen. 1, lab margins have to increase. 2, the price of compute has to increase. Or 3, the percentage of compute that labs spend on inference rather than training has to increase. My understanding is that basically all 3 of these things are already happening. With regards to the margins, Anthropic's inference margins reportedly went from 40% in the middle of last year to upwards of 80% now for Fable. With regards to compute, the spot prices for compute are more than 40% higher than they were in the February trough that we had earlier this year. And with regards to the share of compute that goes to training versus inference, in 2024, according to Epoch, OpenAI was spending just a quarter of its compute on inference, and that number is likely closer to 50%, if not higher now. Now, labs would prefer not to do this final thing, of increasing the share of compute they spend on inference. The way the labs see the world, the whole point of inference revenue is to help convince investors to give you more money in order to train the next bigger, better model. And if you're spending most of your compute on inference, you're basically declaring that AI progress has stalled, and you're just now in the business of being a cloud provider. Now, this is a less compelling business than
That's
building
true.
AGI, and so the labs do not want to be in this business, nor do they think they're in this world. They think that within a year, they'll have built models that make the current ones look extremely shitty, but they need to invest a lot of their compute, the majority of their compute, into doing the training and experiments that are necessary to
All right.
build the next model. So that leaves only...
Did Donald Trump said attack in the Middle East? Do you have any idea? I'm not sure. Not sure about that one. Maybe I'll talk about that when I come back. So, all right, let's see. I need to step away. 10 minutes, I need to step away and then be back. Be back at 4? Yeah, I'll be back at 4 my time, according to the bottom left-hand corner. Be back in 40 minutes. He's calling Americans from Middle East. He's calling back. Let me see that. Let me see that. News on Trump. News on Trump. What's this?
Mr. President, are the talks with Iran now off and are airstrikes
No,
back
they're on. They're going on right now. We were going to hit them very hard yesterday.
Oh.
Very, very hard. Harder than...
We were gonna hit them
any
hard
attack.
yesterday.
I think I can say, General, from
Oh,
a
no.
point of knowledge, any attack since World War II. That's pretty big.
We were supposed to hit them.
And we were set to go. And they called. And in addition, Saudi Arabia called, and UAE called, Qatar called, and they said, please don't attack. We'll make a deal. That's the real truth. And everyone knows it. And who wouldn't call? We're talking about...
The thing, I don't like shorts as much anymore, guys, because the shorts are altered, like dramatically altered. Like, it was a really, yeah, it was really bad how they like alter the shorts to be saying something else. and actually edit actual video that's going on. So I think it's just better to watch the live thing, but even then.
Outstanding. The commission will
Even
be
then.
amazing. I'd say maybe 10, maybe 15. They say none. And believe me, if Max, he's a good person. I mean, I always thought it's just like the Russia.
Oh, wait, no. Is there... Gemini. Oh, here it is. Gemini. Gemini, say the day. Can you tell me about the part when Trump talks about Iran? "11 current talks, ongoing, last chance." Right here.
No, they're on. They're going on right now. It's an amazing thing. We have a little problem with Iran because we have many talks and we'll say we have or we don't have. You know, we're straight about it. But they deny, but they're not denying it now. They just put out a statement not denying it. But for some reason they...
720p is all we get, guys?
Saying that they're talking. So I say...
I feel like 720p could be altered as well.
We're in talks. Big deal. We're in talks. And they'll sometimes deny it, even though they spend hours and hours...
Why is it
together
Philadelphia?
talking. No, the talks are going
Very
on.
suspicious.
We're going to hit them very hard. Yes.
Is this a real channel, guys?
Very hard, harder than any attack. I think I can say, General, from a point of knowledge, any attack since World War II.
This is a fake channel, guys.
And we were set to go, and they called. And
This looks like a fake channel. Let me look it up. Let me look it up, guys. Let me look it up. You know, it has a website. Okay. All right, but why isn't it just Fox.com? Why is it Fox 29? What's this? Huh? Eh? Let's look Fox 11. If Fox 11 exists, then I'll be more... Okay, this one's Fox LA. Right, this is Fox LA. Right? But Fox Philadelphia. Fox Philadelphia. Fox 29. Man, I sometimes can't believe stuff anymore, guys. It's really hard. Like, sometimes you get tricked. So it's really hard for me to, like, comprehend that this is, like, a real thing. Great, Fox 29 live. Alright. Fox 29. We've been fooled before, guys. We've been fooled before. That's why we're, like, we're trying to make sure this is real. And then why is it only one channel showing it? Trump on Iran strikes. Alright, this is Fox News, okay. But it's 5 minutes long. Live now. Live now from Fox. See, why is there like a bajillion different different things? Like, are these pre-recorded? Are these pre-recorded too? Yeah, I'm starting to like not trust YouTube news.
Attack against Iran last night. The commander-in-chief says the change comes amid progress with the regime.
Because this looks real. This at least looks real.
Rebecca Castor is live in Washington with the details. Good morning, Rebecca.
Good morning, Charlie. This was set to be one of the largest bombing campaigns against Iran to date.
Right, where
but
is
now
it?
the president is signaling a peace deal could be close. He wrote on Truth Social, the USA
Weird.
is locked and loaded and ready to go against Iran. Despite this, we have just been asked
Right,
by
what's the
Iran and
resolution
other
here?
Middle Eastern countries
720
to hold off
again?
any attack and
Oh my god, everything's fake. Why is everything 720p, guys?
perimeters of a deal has been
What
agreed
is this
to.
one?
This would include
720p
the immediate
again?
complete and total opening
This-
of the Hormuz Strait
This is
and
this AI generated too?
an end to Iran's nuclear threat. I have agreed to cancel the attack, subject to being able to rapidly make a deal. According to
Fakey.
Axios, one of those Middle
I mean, this
Eastern
one's 15
allies
million
who asked
subscribers at
President
least.
Trump to hold off on further strikes
So
was
that
the Saudi crown
sort of
prince. The White House
more-
confirmed they spoke on the
it's
phone
legitimate.
yesterday. And this comes after the U.S. and Saudi Arabia launched joint strikes against Iranian militias in Iraq last week. But now the
Yeah, I'll probably check in later. Let's just finish this and then autoplay, and I'll be back at 4, guys. I'll be back at 4. Okay.
Two options for how you can get out of this gap between the fact that lab compute only increases 3x year over year, but revenue increases 10x. Either the lab's margins have to increase so that they get this surplus, or the price of compute has to increase so that everybody in the stack below the lab gets a surplus. It's not clear to me which world we end up in. Do we end up in a world where we go from 80% margins for some of the top models to greater than 90% margins if the lab margin effect dominates? Well, that would require the leading model to be so far ahead of the competition, because the nature of margins, why they exist in a market economy, is that the thing you are serving is so much better than what somebody else could go get and replace you on the market. But it's just really wild for me to consider that the margins for something like intelligence will be greater than 90% and they don't get competed away at that level. So that
Have a
leaves
good night,
only one
Mr.
other
Tech.
possibility of this escape valve between these two trends, which is that the price of compute has to increase. As I mentioned, this is already starting to happen. And the effect is even stronger when you look at the tranche of compute that the frontier labs actually need to accumulate, because they can't just go out and buy a spot instance. They need to make sure that they get enough scale to get really good efficiency and flexibility, and also that they have the kind of compute that lends itself to the security they need for their own weights and for their customers' information. So I think a relevant case study here is to look at the compute that Google and Anthropic are renting from SpaceX. Google, for example, is paying $900 million a month for 110,000 GPUs that are a blend of GB200s and GB300s. The price that Google is paying here is 2x the spot price per hour for those GPUs. And that spot price itself is more than 40% higher than it would have been in February. I want to emphasize a key conclusion here, that as AI models get smarter, they will be better able to monetize the same amount of compute. If a true human-level software engineer could run on an H100 equivalent, then at today's prices for software engineers, that H100 should rent for over $250K a year. That's over 15x the current spot price for an H100. And this is not even accounting for the fact that your AI can work nights and weekends. Of course, you might expect that if we had 10 million extra software engineers suddenly appear in the economy, the marginal value of a software engineer would decrease, and thus the revenue that H100 would be able to generate would not be 15x higher than it is right now. But I actually don't know if this is true. If we apply this argument to people instead of AIs, then this would be the classic lump of labor fallacy. For example, economists generally believe that high school immigration does not decrease wages in the long run because of how innovation and specialization increase the value of labor. Maybe this labor supply shock will be so big and so fast that we can't count on this general heuristic anymore. But if you believe what standard economics says, then the marginal value of labor, and thus the marginal value of compute, should stay astonishingly high. So let's think about what changes in such a world. Well, one of the things that would happen is that as the top labs get better and better at monetizing compute, and the cost of compute increases, it becomes harder for anybody else to compete against them, because they have to bid for this resource against somebody who is basically able to make better use of it. Another thing that will happen, and I think this is actually the most interesting implication of this whole thought exercise, is that if you can train the best, most efficient model, then you'll be able to charge much higher margins than you can today. This is the Alkin-Allen effect in economics, and what it's basically saying is that if it costs $20 an hour to rent an H100, then it would be extremely stupid to use a weaker, less efficient model, because it's going to burn more tokens on your expensive compute to get the exact same result. So labs will be able to charge a much larger premium if they can train a model that better economizes this scarce input. Basically, if you have a model that can get the same result by using less compute, then you've, in some sense, created more compute, and the value of compute is going to increase. Another thing that will happen is that a lot of current popular applications of AI will probably get priced out. The reason AI is relatively cheap right now is that AI just can't do a lot of things that top humans can do. But this, at some point, will no longer be the case. And at that point, Google or Anthropic or OpenAI will be willing to pay more for the tokens to automate AI research than you or I will be willing to pay to make more AI slop talk. I'm a bit worried that this kind of analysis honestly pattern matches a lot onto the ways that people in the past have been wrong about scarcity. I'm, for example, thinking of the famous Simon Ehrlich bet. Paul Ehrlich was this famous doomer about population growth, and he made this bet that a basket of commodities would increase in price rather than decrease in the decade preceding 1990. And this is a very famous bet because it's supposed to illustrate how Ehrlich's Malthusian worldview was wrong and how he did not anticipate the way in which market signals and human ingenuity can find better ways to economize scarce inputs. I'm guessing that the analogy to this bet is probably wrong. Other analysis has shown that if that bet had been made in a different decade, Ehrlich might well have won. But more generally, I think the supply of compute is much less elastic and much less capable of absorbing large demand shocks, and much less capable of being accommodated by using different substitutes than the extraction of different metals is. To illustrate why I think this 3x in compute capacity year over year is hard to budge or potentially even sustain is that I don't see how any of the three elements that constitute that 3x can be much accelerated. So 1.4x of that is coming from Moore's law. Far from increasing it, I think it'll be a miracle if we can just keep it going for a few more years. 1.2x is coming from building new fabs. This process is ultimately going to be bottlenecked up to 2030 and potentially even beyond by just building new ASML EUV machines. Dylan, when he was on the podcast a few months ago, talked about this in great detail. And 1.8x comes from the fact that AI is absorbing a lot of wafer allocation that was previously going to smartphones and PCs. This is probably going to hit a wall by the end of next year, when at the leading edge N3 nodes at TSMC, AI will have gone from 60% to 86%. At some point, you have just absorbed all leading edge wafer capacity for AI, and you can't keep increasing this number. So I don't know how we get even to continue to do 3x compute scaling year over year for the next few years, much less go beyond that. At the end of the month, I go through the time-honored tradition of closing my books. I start by opening Mercury, which is my banking platform, to make sure that all my transactions are properly categorized. Auto-categorization rules handle the predictable stuff pretty well, but I'm constantly working with new contractors, tutors and researchers and videographers, and I'm also trying new tools. Manually categorizing all of these transactions would add a couple of hours of overhead every single month. So instead of going through them one by one, I have Command, which is Mercury's built-in AI, take a stab at all of them at once. Command proposes a category for each transaction and provides its rationale. I just review, I fix anything that's off, and I approve. And once all this work is done in Mercury, it syncs everything with QuickBooks. And Command's judgment calls are genuinely good. It does the obvious things like looking at the vendor, but it also investigates who on my team made the purchase and looks at notes and memos to build up as much context as possible. This is just one of the ways you can use Command to automate the back end of your business. To learn more, go to mercury.com/command. Mercury is a fintech company, not an FDIC-insured bank. Banking services provided through Choice Financial Group and Column NA, members FDIC. AI-generated responses and suggested actions may vary and are not guaranteed. Now, I want to clarify that at some point in the future, compute will get cheap again. At some point, we'll just have robots that can convert shores of silica sand and mines of copper into new computer chips. And then the price of compute is basically the raw inputs and the tools required to do this processing. I'm just talking about this current pre-singularity regime, where AI compute merely 3x's year over year, which is not enough to offset how much more valuable AI is becoming over time. By the way, the fact that anthropic revenue has been 10xing year over year, whereas their compute has only been 3xing year over year, I think illustrates how strong the economies of scale are in the model business. And logically, this makes sense. When you train a model, you just have to spend this one-time cost to learn all these different skills that then get to be shared across all your users. This is very unlike human labor, where each instance has to be retrained from scratch. I wish we didn't live in a world with such strong economies of scale for intelligence, because I'm worried about power concentration, but it seems we do. Okay, this was a narration of a blog post that I also released on my website at dwarkesh.com. Check it out for other posts or to be notified when I release a post in the future. Otherwise, I'll see you.
All right, back to work. Back to work. Why is everything gone? Everything got blown away. All right, let's see what the sound effects could do. Sound effects. How's it look now? I should remove the defeated screen. Game should start back to back. Fix that too. A PvP game. Where should we add the PvP game? We forgot about that. We got the 100 dudes, but no PvP. And then the balls aren't dropping. Also, the balls are not automatically dropping. I see no balls. Boss. We'll add that later. Oh man, a lot of no news, no drama, no news, no dreadjordan either. Just nothing. So we need to find other things to do. What's Hunter doing? Oh, the Dollar Vibe Club. He's working with the Dollar Vibe Club. Wait, why does it say he's streaming? Oh, so he's not streaming. Nope. Nick's just started. Claude. AI Foundations. Save hours. All right. Oh yeah, we did answer his questions for that one thing yesterday before I left. But what else did it want me to do from there? Oh, that was so long ago. That was like 3 days ago or 2 days ago. I got it. It's hot. It is hot. What's the weather over here? 90 plus degrees. Ugh, it's like an oven. It's like an oven in here. Oh, I need to do the strat. I need some ice, cold ice drinks. I'll be right back. Sigma Boss 10,000. I'll be back. Just getting a drink. Wait, why is the screen like frozen? The screen is also frozen. Sorry about that. I'm not sure why I was like that. It froze at such a weird place. Oh no, the camera's broken. I'm gonna need to figure out how to fix that. Ay. The self-healing. Let's see, what am I gonna do for the camera though? Camera. Yeah, it's pointing to like a different device. Ay. Maybe I need to unplug it, plug it back in? Possibly.